Trollord Games. Join the fray.
Okay, and we are live. So, welcome to Trollord Games. This is the Pools of Narrheit actual play that is a Castles and Crusades actual play RPG stream. And so I will have, I am Sam, I am your castle keeper for the evening, and I will have my players introduce themselves. We will go in the traditional order and start with Reckmit.
Name's Robert, playing Reckmit Sourbeard, a Dwarven Rune Mark. My sauerkraut starts the game.
And Lenice.
Hi, I'm Chris. I'm playing Leonese Wallander, who is a half high elf, which is an Oralu, so a magic user and a fighter.
And Zeno.
How's it going, everybody? My name is Matt. I will be playing Xenolesmus Faye, who is a monk.
And Bert.
Hey guys, my name's Alex, and I'll be playing Bert Longfellow, a halfling rogue.
And last but not least, Jake.
Hi, I'm George. I'll be playing Jake Tildor, cleric of Durandale.
And we actually have a new player joining us tonight who is playing Bernie. You want to introduce yourself?
Yes, I'm Richard, playing Bertie Combe, a friendly neighborhood fighter.
Excellent.
Is it Bernie or Bertie?
Bernie.
Bunny. And so, who wants to do a very quick recap? And I think there was a question about centipedes. We want to make this quick so that we can get Bernie into the game really quickly. But who wants to do a very quick recap?
Somebody else has to do it this time.
If I do it, you won't like what I add to it. So, you know.
Ah, that becomes interesting. Okay, so we headed back to the temple, for those of you who watched before, and ended up going under the altar. Good old Remkit decided to do a blood offering, which, despite the displeasure of the cleric, actually led us to a crypt underneath the altar. We went down and found a crypt with 8 alcoves in it. One of the alcoves we found a map, and the map led to what we believe is an Actor nest. And believe, at least somebody knows, that the Actor bills are used as part of the Narrheit rituals.
And you found centipedes. What is it about those?
Oh, yes, we found a bunch of in the altar when the door that opened that led down to the crypt, eventually led to the crypt. There was a bunch of centipedes, husks in there. Some that were totally cleaned out, and some that were still had remnants of flesh in them.
Yeah, they looked like little helmets or something.
Yes. Yeah.
Anything else of note? You took some people with you. Who did you take with you?
Oh, we took a couple of...
The acolytes of St. Luther, Darius, Victor, and Terza.
That's right. You picked
And their
up 3
favorite chant is "Upon my arm."
Upon my arm. Upon my arm, we will cleanse this temple. Upon my arm. Okay, so the way we ended, you found a map. It was not a complete map. It was a half of a map. So I will show the audience that here again. Here is the half a map. And there was some mention of Reckmit thinking that he recognized where this was, and Bert also piped in and said that it seems like it is indicating a region of the map that is relatively near town. And we kind of left it. You took the acolytes into the temple with you so that they could cleanse the temple. So they took vials of holy water with them. So we don't need to play that out if you want to just say that they end up spending a couple hours in there with you standing guard and them cleaning the temple up in as much as they can possibly maybe wipe away some of the desecration. Unless you have something that you want to play out, I'm completely okay with that. If there's something that you want to do before you leave the temple and go back to town, then I guess you gotta let me know.
Do we want to check the rest of the urns? We did 2, one with a map, one with nothing.
Oh, yeah. I think we should, unless we're not healthy enough to do so. There was also I'll say, young man who was a necromancer, relatives buried in the burial urns. He was the necromancer kicked down of town.
Yeah,
Right.
That was Horus.
That was
And we found the urn that blew up and had the map piece, what we were able to get from it, that had his family's surname was Legancic.
Yeah.
It was a relative, or supposedly it was supposed to be a relative.
I think we wanted to follow up with a few folks about that. Were we going to take any of the urns to people, give them back? Or is that too bold of a move?
I would leave him here for now.
Yeah, it seems a little bit like plundering.
I would suggest that we be a little cautious because we don't know how far widespread or what's all going on with this in the town. It's obviously people from that are related to the town somehow because we're only a couple miles out of town.
I was going for that whole justice type thing, take it back. Hey, look what we found. Why is it in this temple of Narrheit, huh? No, that kind of deal. Lean a little bit on them.
Mm-hmm.
We can always come back to that later at some point if we run out of any other trails. I think we have quite a few things to track down right now.
Sure.
I believe, if I recall the dates that I told you, most of the urns in the room with the 8 alcoves were all from 2 to 3 decades ago or something like that. And only one of them was more recent at 6 years ago. And that happened to be the one that was from the family of the necromancer, the wizard that got run out of town.
Well, do the priests advise on how to take care of these urns? Do they want to bury them or put them in a mausoleum or holy ground or something?
So the acolytes of St. Luther are not interested in moving those urns because since the contents in the urns are actual ashes, to them, they feel like the the people who are laid to rest or whose ashes are in those urns have already had whatever ceremony they're going to have. It's not clear that they weren't just stolen and placed here. So what they don't want to do is take them out without having the proper rites given, but those particular acolytes cannot perform the proper rites.
Sounds like a plan to me. Do they want us to destroy the statue of Narrheit on our way out?
I mean, they would be absolutely happy if you destroyed that statue. But of course, they're kind of in your employ. They're not going to demand anything, but if you mention that, yes, they are all for destroying it. They don't care about the other statues, but the statue of the elf with the straight edge scythe, oh yeah, they want that thing gone.
Sounds like a job for Reckman.
Reckman the failed wonder.
Do we want to consecrate the altar as well?
Yeah, I'm assuming that's kind of what they're doing too. Now, we did distribute all the holy waters.
Mm-hmm.
So we use about half of them on the altar?
I was going to say, Reckman's going to just kind of slip his into his pouch and just, not mention it.
Yeah, I'll go with our cleric and use my holy water vial on the altar.
Yep.
And I'll go and look at the Narrheit statue and see about trying to destroy it.
Okay. I mean, it is just a statue made of stone. It's a very nice statue. It's very well constructed, but all the same, it's still just a statue that you could probably destroy with a few well-placed, well-timed blows with a heavy weapon.
Well, I'm just going to use my rune of rending on it.
Hey, don't
See
you
if
have a
that hits anything,
That works too.
because I can't lift a heavy weapon.
Whatever it takes.
It could lift me.
So that will take you just a few minutes to do that, but it will completely destroy the statue.
Excellent. And then I'll come out, they can see the rubble.
Yep. Okay. So once that's all done, the acolytes will, they basically say they'll bring the priests from the House of St. Luther over to do some actually Lutheran rites for the urns. And the priests there will have to determine if the bodies were desecrated before they were cremated and put in the urns, or if it's the urns with the bodies already, or with the ashes already in them, that have been desecrated. It makes a difference to how they end up having to cleanse the souls, so to speak, of those individuals. But the acolytes that you brought with you can't do it. And so unless someone like Jake tells them that that's not necessary, then that's what their plan is. They'll go back to the House of St. Luther and start to arrange that.
I think that's fine.
Okay.
Sounds like a good idea. And as they're, I'm assuming we're probably going to be heading back with them.
Yeah.
On Reckman, unless Reckman's leading us a different way because he knows where the thing is. But once we get back to town, Zeno will kind of look at the acolytes and be like, "Young ones, you did well for your first outing. I'll be sure to report to the high priest of your bravery and courage in the face of adversity. Thank you."
Thank you, Sir Xenolestimus. We are proud to have rescued the Holy One from the pit with you. It was quite an experience, and we shall never forget. We know now that we have been called in the correct direction, and that St. Luther will definitely lead us to greatness. So you get back to town. The the acolytes basically split off right away because they want to go report on their escapades. And so the question is, what are you all doing? What's your plan? Say that
What
again.
time of day is it?
What time of day is it? How long were we in there?
You were there for probably a good 4 hours, just because of the cleansing and all of that. But you started out in the morning, so it's still probably early afternoon.
All right. So Leonese asks, how far away is this nest?
Rough estimate.
I think we were saying 2 to 3 miles.
3, 4, 5. Hang on.
So I'll throw a map of the region up into the owlbear here.
Somewhere between 8 and 10 for the Archon nest. That mushroom is closer because it's on. If this turns out to be true.
So basically, Rekmit is thinking that these 4 circular elements here, where it says 4 top hills, that's what is written or drawn on the map. So here's the map again. So these four dots with the mushroom in the middle, and the squiggly lines with the word ox in them. What he's saying is that actually corresponds to the 4 top hills area and the Oxwood Forest down to the south area of it.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, that's my best guess. I'm trying to find how to change the color. So I can write where I think, based on that little map snippet, that they show a little trail going off before Oxwood coming up through here. And my guess is this is the Archon nest. Somewhere in here is that mushroomy thing. That might be centipedes. Don't know. Yeah, this is about 8 to 10 miles-ish, depending on where it is. And that's...
Well, it's about 3 hours. 3-hour walk.
Do we need to secure a wagon or horses, or are we just good to go to start heading over there?
The question I have is, do we want to check out the mushroom first, or do we want to try to avoid that and go to the Archon nest? Because that map had 2 areas of interest.
There was also the missing acolytes, right? They are apparently somewhere in Eastwood, I think, right?
Yeah, so Gibson, one of the keepers of the dormitory there that's responsible for training the members of the Abbey of Eolor, he said that there were 4 missing senior acolytes from that abbey, and that where they found the boat was south of the Oxwood, basically. That's all he told you.
Yeah, so I do relate all this to him. Once the other acolytes are gone, I'll let you guys know all that.
Oh yeah, I forgot you were the one that went in, weren't you, Rickman? Right at the end of last session.
Yeah.
Well, let's check out the mushroom.
Sort of on the way.
We'll get to the mushroom first before we get to the nest.
And then we can determine if we need to either make a camp or head back to town. If we're going to hit the Archon nest today or tomorrow, at least check out the area.
Yeah, because I mean, it's a good if we're walking. It's 2 to 3 hours walk, depending on where we are. Or they
Well, the mushroom is... It's not too bad of a hill. 1, 2, 5...
Should we try to rent some horses?
Horses. That might be.
So you can, just in general, if the weather's good, you can travel roughly 8 or 9 miles per day maximum without any hardship, basically, depending on the weather and depending on the terrain. Although these hash marks here, those are elevation changes. Okay, and they are 400-foot elevation changes. If I recall.
Couldn't remember if it was 40 or 400.
It was 40 in town. On the town map, it's only...
Okay. That's where I got the mistake.
Yeah, I actually might be wrong. Let me check something real quick. I should have noted it right on the map, but I did not, so... Let's find out. Okay. The elevation, 400 feet elevation on the contour line on the wilderness area.
$800 feet up to the main plateau. Easy climb.
Perhaps. For you, maybe.
Perhaps we should check the inn to see if there are any willing to accompany us on our journey.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Yeah. Now let's just leave town. Let's go now.
Poor Bernie. He'll never get found.
That's a good idea. I need to have a few more people in front of me. Just one more.
Yeah, I got to replace those acolytes, right? They did good work being meat shields.
So are you going to the Rusty Anchor?
Are you implying we should go to the Rusty Anchor?
Well, where else are you going to look for willing participants in your little escapade?
Rusty Anchor it is.
I mean, you can do whatever you'd like to do, but...
We want to go to the Rusty Anchor.
Stop in for some late lunch.
Get some sustenance before we head out. I mean, you might have to prepare for a night out too.
Yeah, because it could be an entire day's travel to get there. You're not quite sure because the road that appears to be, or the passage or path that appears to be written on the map, is not on the known maps that you have available.
With that in mind, I just remembered I need to stop by Leuven's General Supplies and pick up another bedroll.
That's true. It did burn up, didn't it?
True, yeah.
Speaking of the supply store, I'm going to see if maybe we can procure a couple of traps. Because anything that we're headed to that says the word nest sounds like we could use a couple bear traps or something.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So your choices for places to go shopping. So in this portion of town, you have Leuven's General Supplies, and you have Willem's Finery. Mm-hmm. And you also could check the blacksmith or Pickle's Bait Shop, which could also have supplies.
I'll check the general store first.
Okay. Yeah, so Leuven's...
They'll definitely have we'll definitely have a bedroll, so I guess me and Reckman will head over there.
Okay. Yeah, Leuven's General Supplies is probably the largest store, the largest shop in town. It is definitely packed full of various different implements for all sorts of what one would call necessities in this area. It's actually 2 stories, and Leuven and his wife and children live on this half of the second story, but the whole first floor is all general store. So as you walk in, there are just a ton of pieces of equipment just laid out everywhere on tables, things hanging on the walls, all sorts of things. So you can probably very easily find a bedroll of whatever type of material that you would like.
Yeah, and Leonese will go because she's looking to pick up some spikes and some rations.
Okay, sounds good. So just make sure you write down what you bought.
Well, Leonese, you should also check
Are
your
there any
scrolls.
Sorry, what was that?
Oh yeah.
Leonese should also check the 3 scrolls that she got. The 3 arcane scrolls.
That's true.
So you'll have time to look at them now.
Are there any traps, animal traps?
There are, yes. There are large traps and small traps, so you can capture things as small as a marten or muskrat and as large as a bear, although those would be 2 different kinds of traps.
I'm going to go with probably a couple of smaller ones.
Okay.
And how much is that going to set me back?
Let's see. That's a good question.
Do we want to worry about the cost later?
Yeah, we can worry about the cost later. Nothing that's going to break the bank, we'll put it that way. This is a very reasonable general supply store. It's not, for example, if you were to go to Willem's Finery, you would find that the prices are exorbitant because the quality and craftsmanship is supposedly on the sort of higher tier. But the prices here are relatively low. So you're probably talking about maybe 4 silver pieces for a really nice quality trap.
And I'll strike up a conversation with the owner real quick.
Okay.
Yes, my good man. Would you happen to know anything about the Four Top Hill? What's it called?
Four Top Hills?
Yeah.
I mean, they're over off there to the west. I'm not sure what else you're thinking of. Is there something I should know about them?
Don't know. I'm looking for places to explore in the area. Have you heard of anything around that area that may be intriguing? Any kind of memorials or obelisks, burial mounds, good places to birdwatch?
Well, you know, I have been hearing stories of large things flying around in the northwesterly direction. Although I can't pinpoint exactly in the Four Top Hills, but there have been some people to come in here and tell me that they've seen large winged beasts flying over the hills there to the west. Perhaps those are the birds you would like to watch?
Oh my, it depends on how large they are. You're not speaking as large as a dragon, are you?
No, I don't think so, but bigger than a large hawk.
Well, perhaps that is just the thing I'm looking for. I'm looking for odd things to see during my time visiting here. You wouldn't happen to have a pack animal that we could rent, would you, my good man?
A pack animal. Well, you know, I don't really house animals. You'll have to go over to the blacksmith. he has a bunch of stables there, and he loans out and sells all sorts of bestial weapons and tools.
Thank you for your time. And then Zeno's going to kind of lean in a little bit, kind of pulling him close, and he's going to be like, I don't know if you've heard, but apparently they found some kind of strange temple to an evil god just outside of town. I'm going to try to gauge his reaction.
What evil god are you speaking of? Are you speaking of Unklar?
Even if I knew the name, I would be too fearful to mention it out loud. But that's all I heard. It could just be a rumor, my friend.
I hope so. I would hate to think that we had a nest of cultists hanging around. It took us long enough to get rid of Unklar. I don't want him to return.
Was there a cult of Unklar here at one time?
Well, no, but he was just so ever-present for so long. I don't want him to come back. I will keep my eyes and ears peeled.
Thank you. I shall do the same, and if I hear anything else, I will be sure to let you know.
Did you see anyone there? Is there a family in town I should look out for?
I didn't see it myself. I just heard, passings as I was traveling through town.
I see. Excellent. Well, spread the word. If there are any Unklar cultists in here, we will banish those that believe in the horned god faster than they can say boo.
Excellent. That makes me feel much safer, my friend.
Excellent. I will spread the word, and I will also talk to the militia captain. I'm sure he'll be interested in your information.
And
good day.
Zeno's going to wait outside.
Okay. Who else is in the store buying things?
Leonise was.
Okay. And what did you purchase?
Some pitons, a hammer, and close to my what's that? Oh, a crowbar, and some rations.
Okay. Yeah. So just write down what you bought, and we'll work out the cost later.
Yeah.
I don't think anybody's breaking the bank here, so.
I just took it out of the player's handbook.
Yeah. Yeah, they're pretty standard prices. There are some things that you're not able to find that are on that list, but you wouldn't probably find here, but nothing that you listed qualifies for that, so. Okay, so you are going to go to the Rusty Anchor. Is that the idea?
I think Jake and Bert already went over there, maybe.
Okay.
Yeah, we got nothing to buy. We can head that direction.
Okay.
Yep.
So it's not very active right now because everybody is out working, but there is a new face in there that you have not seen, and I don't know what he looks like, but Richard can fill us in on what he looks like.
Okay, as you walk in, you see a tall, 6'5", big, around 250, muscular guy, standing in front of the bar, looking at the bartender, and he's got long black hair that's tied into braids, and he's got a ring, a mail coif pulled off his head, sitting around his neck. He's wearing ring mail, and he's standing there holding a hand axe, and he goes, "What do you mean? By the cobbler's lass, we can't throw axes in the house? What kind of place is this?"
I'm sorry, sir, but it's just the owner doesn't want his walls cut up like that.
Well, we'll go get a target, and if anyone misses, I'll beat them up.
You'll have to go out on the dock and throw them at a tree or something. You can't do that in here. Please, you'll get me in trouble.
Cities! Worst thing ever invented.
I'm flattered that you think of us as a city. We're just a small town, but we still want our walls intact.
Our wall's good for if you can't throw an axe at them. Fine. Give me some beer.
Very good, very good. And they pour a bit, they pour a huge mug of ale and give it to you.
And he'll slap a couple of silvers down. Is that enough?
Excellent. They nod. Thank you very much for your business.
If he notices the people coming in after he gets his beer, he'll look at them and go, "Can't throw axes in the bar." When he walks over and sits down and drinks about a third of the beer in one quaff and is just shaking his head.
I lean heavy on Bert. Well, not too heavy.
Yeah, can't support you much.
Bert, why don't you challenge him? Feel on our new friend. See how good he is with the hand axe there. This is your name written all over.
Bert, I'm not thinking that's a great idea, but I would strike up a competition with him, perhaps. So I'll go ahead and turn to him and be like, "Oh, what's your name here?"
Name's Bernie. What's yours?
Bernie, I'm Bert. Nice to meet you here. We actually might have...
Pleased to meet you.
Yeah, pleased to meet you. We might have a job for you. We're about to head off adventuring in the Four Top Hills, and you look like just the kind of guy we could need here.
Hmm? And what's out in the Four Top Hills that I'd be interested in?
Well, we found a bit of a map. It's not fully detailed, but we're looking for a nest of a large creature, and we think it might be used in some kind of chaos ritual.
Sounds like fun. He throws the rest of the beer down, sets it down near him, and then reaches down and grabs his pack. And as he scoops his stuff back on, he's got several axes hanging off of it. He also has a two-handed bearded axe. Let's go!
Perfect. And I guess we'll head on out and meet up with the others.
Okay. You going to introduce your new friend to everybody else?
Yeah, exactly. Meet up with everyone else. So I'll say, "All right, hey guys, this is Bernie. You look like the kind of muscle we could need." And I invited him to come along with us.
Pleased to meet y'all.
Oh, welcome, Bernie. He kind of looks him up and down. Looks like you could be helpful in a fight.
Reckman walks up, takes a look at him, walks behind him, sees if he gets fully hidden by him. Looks his head.
I'll walk up and
Glad to have you.
Sorry.
Jake Tildor, cleric of Durandale.
Pleased to meet you. Bernie.
So I guess it's probably getting pretty late. Should we head out first thing in the morning? Or do we want to head out right now?
I think morning would be wiser. Nini's is looking around.
So the last place I want to hit up is stop at the blacksmith real quick and see if we can rent a pack mule for a 3-day tour.
Okay. Yes, you can rent a pack mule for
A 3-day tour.
Boys are back in town.
How many do we got? Oh, that's 6. We need one more to make it a 7 Gilligan's Island.
My Chihuahua familiar count?
Say that again.
So does my Chihuahua familiar count?
It depends. How vicious is it?
It's a Chihuahua Terrier mix? It thinks it's vicious?
Yeah, pretty typical.
Well, you know what coming
Did
at
it reach red levels?
you know what coming at you is my husky blue heeler, 65.
So you can rent a mule for 2 gold pieces per day.
That is acceptable.
Okay. If the mule dies, it's 25 gold.
All right. I'll chance it. We'll take the mule and load up the tent and the traps on it. And if anybody else needs to put anything on there.
Can we put the dwarf on there?
It might cut an hour out of our traveling time if we did that.
Yeah.
What are we
The
putting on?
bundle on the
I gotta go try to cut it down. I'll be right back.
Little legs, so I'll happily ride.
Oh yeah. I forgot about Bert. There's more about the dwarf. Tying his beard fast to the gear.
Sorry, I lost my owlbear rodeo. Got to get it back here. So you're going to spend the night in town then? Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think so.
Yeah, I think we're gonna do a night in the Rusty Anchor here and then head out.
Okay. That's good then. I think you can do that. Let me... Whoa, that's a weird screen. Let me see. I think you can do that. Is there anything else you want to do before you depart?
Not for Leonese. She's raring to go.
I think we're good.
Okay. Do we need to... Oh, damn it. There, I lost it again. Need to close that. Sorry, I'm having technical difficulties. Do we need to take a 5-minute break so I can fix something?
Sure.
So let's do that. Let me throw us over to the... Darn it, come on. Here we go. Let me throw us over to the break screen real quick. 5 minutes, and then we'll be right back. So,
All right.
Sounds good.
Trollord Games. Join the fray.
Okay, and we're back. Sorry about that. I was dealing with an unexpected technical issue. But let's check this. It's also not. Still, now it's happening again. So, it's driving me crazy. There we go. Okay. Now it's working. All right. So, you are going to rest for the evening, and then you are going to come back, or leave town and try to get over to where the map is indicating you should go. Is that what I'm hearing correctly?
Yes.
Okay.
What I want to try and do is, I know it's about 2 miles-ish out of town, so I want us to leave while it's still dusk out, so that about the time you'll get that 2 miles of traveling, that's when the light will come up.
Okay.
So have a good chance of seeing if there's a path or something, small path.
Okay.
But we know it appears to be right before the Oxwood, so it should be somewhere, there.
Yeah.
The road's fairly safe to travel while it's dusky out.
Okay.
That's my plan, at least.
Yeah. So is that everybody else okay with that? You're willing to get up and leave that early?
Oh yeah.
Bert grumbles a bit, but
Absolutely.
Okay.
That's a good idea.
You
I
want?
sympathize. I understand.
Yeah. You want to roll me a wisdom siege check, Reknit?
Ooh, wisdom.
You rolled a 1.
I rolled a 1.
So you all leave town, and everyone's in good spirits. And as you get to the point where you see the Oxwood really close, it becomes clear that Rekmit possibly did not see whatever trail was on the map. And now you are several hundred feet away from the edge of the Oxwood, but it's pretty obvious that if that map is correct, you have missed whatever pathway is shown on there.
Well, guys, I didn't see a path. Did anyone you guys see a path?
No, I didn't see a path.
Did not.
No. No.
What's up ahead of us here?
That would be the Oxwood. And that map that we should
I heard there were barrows in there.
Where is my map? Well, do we want to backtrack? Yeah, want to backtrack and have one of you guys look for it where I missed, or do we just start heading north and skirt along the Oxwood?
Yeah, I could do that too. I mean,
Let's head to the north.
this ground doesn't look too bad to move over.
all right, heading up along the edge of the Oxwoods then.
Okay. So you start to head up the hills, and you notice that a storm is moving in. The clouds are moving in, and it looks like it might start raining in a couple of hours. Now, by this time, you're traveling. I mean, are you trying to hurry, or you're taking your time, or you're doing a standard pace? What's your plan here?
And the pace.
I would have suggested as soon as we see the dark clouds, we try to hurry a little quicker.
Okay.
Yeah.
Try to get up the hills, at least up onto the plateaus fast. That would be my suggestion to the group. But whatever you guys want to do, think is best.
Okay. So you're at this first. Let me get a pointer here. The first area, this area here, this first elevation mark, you hit that elevation marker around 4 hours into your journey, And that's when you start seeing the large clouds come around. So you can probably make it to this forested area about 1.5 miles away. You might have to go a little quick if you want to be under the canopy of that forested area before it starts raining.
Yeah, I would suggest, because it's be about 10 a.m., 10 or 11?
Yeah, I mean, you left before dawn, so it's very much like you're in, let's see, you're in Frostig, which is basically September kind of weather, so it's like early autumn. And so this is like, it's almost like a late summer storm or early autumn storm. But it's not like it's freezing or anything like that. And so when you left this morning, it was probably around 6 a.m.
Yeah, so we're at about 10. Okay.
My suggestion is we try to get up to the trees before the rain hits, but it's up to you guys.
No,
Yeah, I got no problem pushing
Check
for
it.
10 here.
it needs to want to get wet.
Get there about noonish, and we could have our lunch there.
The dogs are telling you there's something there.
Yeah.
I sense a monster.
Say that again?
I sense a monster.
Yeah. So you get up this final ridge line, and you see this hill here and this hill here. It's very distinctive and obvious. They are naked hills, so they don't have anything, at least from this direction that you're entering this area. You don't see anything on these hills, and there's very obviously a sort of forested area right between them. And as you get closer to the forested area, you notice that the trees, which are, it's a standard sort of northern forest. It's not really an old growth forest. It's not a lot of conifers. It's a lot of flowering trees. And so your basic oaks, okay? And this little oak forest, you notice that when you start getting closer to it, there is a lot of very thick moss on the ground, which is not something that you expected necessarily to see here. Some moss, yes, but not an enormous overgrowth of moss, although it might be pretty comfortable to sit on and eat, since you're talking about sitting down and having lunch.
Is it noticeably warmer?
Not particularly, no. I mean, it's warmer
Okay.
under the canopy of the forest just because you're not being actively rained on, and it blocks the wind a little bit, but not preternaturally warm.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Is there anything odd about the moss, or is it just that it's thick?
It's just really thick and all over. It has obviously proliferated much farther than you think it naturally would have.
I would like to go up and kind of do a quick study of it, given my knowledge of nature junk.
So roll me that's a good one. Roll me, let's see.
I think it's charisma under alchemy.
Is it charisma? I couldn't remember. That's what I was looking up.
Couldn't tell if it was charisma or intelligence. I've got alchemy as charisma, eidetic memories, intelligence. So
Yeah, so roll me a charisma siege check.
it's a 14.
Okay.
That's
So
a primary.
yeah, so this is it's a type of moss that it has sort of, it's highly acidic, so it has typically antibacterial properties. But that also means that it usually only grows in very small little bundles, because it kind of outcompetes everything around it and it starts to acidify the soil. So it doesn't thrive unless it is in a mixed area with lots of other plants and whatnot around. But it seems like something has happened to this that has caused it to outpace its normal growth rate, and it has started taking over much more of the soil than you would normally think that it would. It doesn't, other than that, it doesn't look like there's anything different between it and the normal type of moss that you would see here.
I'll definitely gather a sample and then. It's an interesting conundrum, guys. Something we might just want to be on our guard. Something's allowing this stuff to grow better than it should.
Is there anything unusual about the trees?
The trees look normal, except because they have so much mossy growth around them, they're also starting to they're having their leaves are a little yellower than normal. They're having a hard time fixing nitrogen or getting nitrogen out of the soil. And so their leaves are getting a little bit yellow, but you're not sure if that is because it's autumn time and it's just the time of year that the leaves are starting to change. But it does seem like the trees with the especially thick clumps of moss around them are more advanced in that stage. But it's hard to tell if there's really a direct connection there.
Does anyone have a pole that they brought with them?
I have a staff.
I suggest you may lead the way with your staff, probing the ground, as the moss may have covered up some holes.
Good point. Leonese will move to the front.
Okay.
And as we move forward, going through the trees, we'll be prodding at the ground.
Point of order. I believe we have a cleric whose job that is. Find holes.
You did really well last time.
I did. It was the serpents that get to you.
I'll pull my dead serpent out and shake it at you.
What are you doing with that thing in your pocket?
Technically, I would have left the jacket at the barn when we were going to spend the night, but it would have been cool if I'd had it.
So Zeno's going to line up behind Leonise.
Okay. Leonise, you notice that the ground feels very regular. And it's very soft. So normally you would expect maybe some little rocky areas and some areas where the ground is more firm than other areas. But in this case, it feels like the ground, wherever there's moss, is very soft and very uniform.
It's almost like it's leveled it out, got rid of everything.
A little bit, yeah.
Or that there's something underneath the moss that's level, like a foundation.
So, as far as Leonise has put the staff down, it doesn't seem like she's hit anything that is solid. It just feels like dirt.
Are there any marks on the trees? Scratchings, clawings? Look like they've been biting or eating on it? Beyond the or eating on the moss or anything?
Not on the moss. You do see animal sign. You know, you see sign of deer and probably bear and, you know, things like that have moved through. Little tufts of fur, some scratched tree trunks, things like that. But nothing nothing out of the ordinary.
As we move through the moss, do we leave a track? Or does it kind of spring back?
It springs back pretty well.
Okay.
And Leonise, go ahead and roll me a wisdom siege check.
Yeah, that's not going to do anything. That's a 4 on the die.
We're not a wise party tonight.
Yeah.
You hear off in the distance a slight buzzing noise.
Jake, I think the ground's fine. You should probably go ahead. Take Durandale's lead of the way.
Hello.
He needs to say it's perfectly fine. Moss is normal. This is all good.
Moss is normal.
Just a lot of it. It's happy moss. See?
Does everyone else also hear this buzzing?
Vietnamese will be like, hey, there's a buzzing noise going on here somewhere.
Well, that's just probably the Four Hills bees.
Let's advance cautiously. And Zeno's going to pull out his trusty blowgun.
Linny's has her staff ready. Can I tell where this buzzing is coming from?
It sounds like it's coming from the slightly north and to the west of where you are right now.
I kind of point to the northwest and it's like, yeah, up in that direction somewhere.
Well, we should head on that way then. And as we do move forward, Breckman will slowly make sure he falls behind Bernie, Jake, and Zeno.
What's the marching order?
So Leonese is up front. She's still kind of prodding at the ground, but looking around as well.
Okay.
Zeno's right behind Leonese.
Bernie will go next.
I think it would be wise for the cleric to be in the room. We got our two big fighters up in the...
Well, we don't have to go on a line. We are in an open area, so we can go 2 by 2, or we can have a Leonese in front, 2 behind him, and 3 behind that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it doesn't have to be single file, but you don't want to be... If you're following me and I'm looking for traps, you probably do want to be kind of like following my footsteps. Find the problem. We'll just send the cleric out to the side.
I'm sure Bert thinks it's fine.
Yeah.
You walk over there.
No trap at all.
So you end up coming out of a stand of trees into an area that is a large meadow, maybe 30, 40 feet in diameter. And it's just a giant field of moss. Giant field of moss.
Is there a giant mushroom in the middle?
There is not. You're actually right here. I feel like you've come into here, but this whole, that having this hex all labeled with the moss is not really a good indicator of what's really happening, because these hexes are a half mile. They're half mile across, and this clearing is definitely not a half mile across. But it definitely is an anomalous. You would not have expected that to be what you would find. And you see some strange brown, almost circular items flying in and out of a tree on the other side of the mossy clearing.
How big are these things?
They are probably a foot and a half across,
Okay.
roughly circular, and they appear to have a tail. You're not really, you're still pretty far from them, so it's hard to get
Do they
details.
have wings, or just they're floating, kind of flying?
They do not have wings, but they do have what look to be little stubby horns.
Are they buzzing?
And what is the length of this field? Like 100 yards, 200 yards?
No,
Like a
this
football?
small clearing that you're in is only about 30, 40 feet across. But you're sort of
Oh,
behind the tree, where the tree line is on one side. And as you look across the kind of mossy meadow, you see 30, 40, 50 feet maybe across. You see these weird brown buzzing things. Yes, they are buzzing.
Are there any small rocks on the ground that I can find?
No, it's all moss covered.
No, the moss seems to have flattened everything. It's almost like it's carpet. We could skirt around and try and avoid these things.
Stay in the
What do you
trees
want
to
to
the
do with
east.
a rock?
Yeah.
Don't we know, from a scientific standpoint, we should at least try and figure out what they are.
That's a hard pass on that.
Why not?
I have
Could
the
be
ability.
fun.
I do have the ability, so we could actually get closer without them seeing us.
What were you looking for a rock for?
To scrap a rune in.
Oh.
I've got some sling stones. That might work if you want one.
Yeah, I have sling stones too. I just didn't want to use one up.
Gotcha.
But if there's a nice rock on the ground, you know.
Oh, the sling stones are so expensive. Come on.
Not all of us are rich like you, Mr. Durandale cleric. Some of us have to spend money on expensive components. I'm a thrifty one.
The party has moved from the forming stage into the storming stage.
We have the ability to make it so it would be difficult for them to see us, but they could still hear us and sense us in other ways.
Speaking of
Also
the
have the
storm, has
ability-
it started raining yet?
It is raining, yes.
And I do have also the ability to, if it would be like a swarm that would attack us, to potentially distract them. But we can avoid them if you would like.
I mean, not knowing how many there are, and I don't know. I'd rather go around and circle around and see if we can find the mushroom.
I'm wary of leaving things behind us that we don't know about.
There's always going to be stuff behind us.
Not with you guys to clear them out. You're my ditch digging crew.
I mean, if you choose to, you can completely skirt the area where they appear to be flying around. You don't have to encounter them at all. It does mean that you'd have to go slightly northeast and go around.
That's a wise move.
Yeah, I think we can do that.
I mean, we know where they are. We can always come back. We're not doing anything except buzzing around.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
We're not guarding anything. We don't need to know anything about the area.
So not much will burn in this area, right?
It's
The moss
pretty, it's pretty wet. I mean, the moss is pretty moist, so it would be hard to burn it. Yeah, that's true.
And there's no dead trees on the ground or anything?
There are, but they are all moss covered, and there are not as many as you might think.
Okay.
Well, Looney's is.
Right.
Let's skirt around, but Looney's wants to push her staff into the moss.
Okay. How
And
far
see if-
down?
I have a shovel. You want to dig with a shovel?
Well, I just want to see if there is like soft earth underneath. So
While Leonice is doing that, Reckman grabs Jake's shovel and starts digging.
Leonice, how far down are you going to put your staff?
I'm gonna maybe push it in 6 inches or so.
Okay. Yeah, all of it's soft. As Reckmit starts to dig, Reckmit, it feels like, or seems like, as you're digging, you get through one layer and then there's another layer. and then there's another layer. And you can almost peel back the layers. Like you dig down a couple inches and you start to like dig to the side and under it so you can flip it up. And it's like a layer comes up, but then you just see there's more moss under it. So if you do that again, you could flip up another layer. If you do that again, you could flip up another. There's about 3 or 4 layers in there until you hit actual dirt.
Interesting.
If you go all the way down to the dirt, it's several inches.
Oh,
And
yeah.
you see that there are lots of grubs down there crawling through the dirt.
Just grubs, nothing else?
Just grubs that you can see.
Hmm.
You said this was an acidic type of moss, right?
It is generally has slightly acidic properties and is known to be it's very absorbent and has acidic properties, so it's kind of antibacterial in that way.
So basically, it's like it acidifies the soil, which is why it tends not to continue to grow like this typically,
Right.
unless it has whatever it's used to eating very much in the soil.
Yep.
This is a conundrum. I like it. It's probably those buzzing things over there that are causing it. We won't know if we don't go look.
They kill them.
Now, is it one tree they're going in and out of, you said?
It's hard to tell from where you are. You just saw it flying into sort of the leafy portion of one tree, but you can't really say that that's the only one that they are dealing with.
How high up are
Let us move onward. Let us move onward or attack. Let's do something.
Yeah.
how high up are they flying?
They're
These creatures.
flying probably 15 feet up, and then they fly down, and then they go back up.
And how many?
How many are there?
Yeah.
You've only seen 2 at a time. So you've only seen 2 at one time.
Seems like it's at least some kind of hive. Possibly. If there's only two,
Can someone shoot at them?
Sure.
Missile?
We could, but we don't know how many are going to come out.
It's like, when you swat a bee and suddenly the whole hive comes out after you.
Yeah, that's what I'm worried about.
That's what I'm worried about too. Yeah.
right, I'm rolling
You see
50
them?
see if I do it.
How about we move on and just go around?
Ruckman pulls out his sling and grabs a sling bolt and he starts whipping it around.
All right, I push Leonese forward and we walk through the trees away from Reckon.
Well, if you guys are going to leave, I won't do it, but, I heard you offer out there to try and throw something at him.
I don't think you could throw the sling that far, or sling the sling. But that's not a challenge. And then I follow.
Sure seems like a challenge.
Well, I think I could, says Bernie, and he gets his out.
Oh, no.
You have a sling too?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh!
All the civilized people have them.
Slings are the way to go.
I mean, if Durandale was so good, he'd have you having a sling too.
So at this point, Leonese, Zeno, and Jake have walked away. What's Bert doing?
Bert's following them as well, walking away.
Yeah, Bert's like, screw this.
What do you think, Barney? Should we do it?
Oh, everybody's leaving. Bernie will leave too.
All right, I won't do it. Chaos does not reign this day.
Okay, so you skirt around. You never broke for lunch. Are you going to break for lunch and eat and relax, or are you going to keep going?
Let's get away from the flying things first.
Yeah, let's try to make it to the mushroom and then break.
I think we can try to find the mushroom first, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I would suggest we break and eat first because there's an X on the map by the mushroom, which indicates there might be something there, and that might interrupt our ability to have a nice meal.
I think the X is where the
That's a
hide
good
is.
idea.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, can you see what it says next to the X?
Sent to something, or
Does that say
something.
centipede?
That's my best guess.
Oh yeah, it was something.
It's like CENT.
So that
PLE, and then it's like an X or a T. Don't know.
so the M is probably for moss.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
All right, so I guess let's break for lunch. Maybe we can have Bert climb up into a tree to see if he can get a higher look at where these things are flying in and out of.
Yeah, I can do that, and also look around for the mushroom as well, or a mushroom.
So Bert's gonna climb into a high tree. Is that what I heard?
Go ahead and scamper up a tree.
Yeah, so go ahead and give me a wisdom check.
Oh, we're in trouble.
That's a 1 on the die.
You don't see much. You do see that in about maybe a quarter mile, maybe 0.2 of a mile, you see that the regular sort of forested oaky type of terrain turns into a mushroomy forest. And when I say mushroomy forest, I don't mean a glade of, short grasses and nice button mushrooms on it. I mean enormous mushrooms that are, as tall as the oaks. So you see these big top portions of the mushroom, the cap of the mushroom, are as tall as the canopy reaches in some cases.
Oh, some big mushrooms. All right. Did I see anything with the little flying things?
You can't see anything related to them. I mean, you can't even really see where they were flying in and out from where you are right now.
Okay, I'll head back down and let everyone know. About half a mile, 0.2 of a mile up. There's a lot of mushrooms, probably where we should head.
All right, so we're going to eat lunch, and provided nothing happens, I will feed the burrow, and then we're going to start heading toward the mushrooms, I think. Everyone's okay with that?
Yeah.
Okay. So as you head over to the mushrooms, you see that the mossy ground starts to give way and thin out a little bit, and starts becoming more like what you would expect from, say, an old growth forest, with maybe even an old growth rainforest with lots of moisture in the ground, but there's not a bunch of moss there sucking up that moisture anymore. Or at least there's not a single type of moss there. Now there are a lot of ferns and a lot of mushrooms, a lot of fungi, a lot of dead trees that have fallen over and been hollowed out through natural processes, not hollowed out by something actually purposefully doing that in terms of to make something. But eventually that all gives way to a vast number of mushrooms in front of you, just like a forest, except it's giant fungal mushrooms rather than large oaks and redwoods. And so the question is, are you going to look for whatever it is on that map? And if so, how?
Is there a larger mushroom in the center of this mass of mushrooms, or can we tell?
You can't tell from where you are right now.
I think he might just be indicating a mushroom field.
Yeah, I think we found what this was indicating. Can I quick tell if they are edible or poisonous mushrooms?
Some of them are edible and some of them are poisonous. They're not all the same.
Well,
How tall is the biggest mushroom?
You estimate it's probably 50, 60 feet, maybe even 100. It's hard to tell.
Is there anything moving underneath the bulb of the mushroom or up and down the stalks around the base?
Go ahead and roll me a wisdom check.
no, not wisdom.
Yeah, we have pretty good at those. haven't we?
That is going to be, our dice are horrible today.
Yes,
That's
they
a 5
are.
on the dice.
Wow.
6 total.
So you see what you would consider the quote typical number of things like ants and beetles and whatnot, but nothing out of the ordinary that you can tell. They're treating these mushrooms, what you see is the same thing you would see if it was still a woody forest.
Ah. So it doesn't look like the mushrooms are having any particular effect.
If that's how you want to take that information, sure.
Well, Redford's going to take his dagger or whatever he's got and go up to one of them and just cut out a chunk of one of the edible ones. Just kind of munch on it a little bit.
Okay.
We'll see. Go.
Roll me an intelligence check.
Oh boy.
That would be an 11. That's not a problem.
It doesn't taste how you expected it to taste. It doesn't taste bitter like a poison or something, so you didn't identify it incorrectly, but it does not taste as flavorful as you would typically consider a mushroom of the type that you took a chunk out of.
Jake, these are really good. You should try some.
We've had a little saucepan.
Bernie, have you ever had any of
Zeno's
these?
going to look over. Zeno's going to look over at Bernie and kind of give him a head nod to let's go through this forest. We got to get to the other side anyway. And Zeno's going to start heading into the mushroom forest.
Okay.
Keeping an eye on anything above him.
Okay. Anybody else following?
Yeah, Bert will tag along.
Yeah, Leonese will go. We should probably spread out a little bit too. Is there the moss is not here? Did you say?
It's the abundance of moss is not there. There is moss, but it's just the sort of typical amount that you would expect.
Right. So it's pretty normal looking ground here.
Right.
Okay. Yeah, we should probably spread out a little.
Zeno, you want to give me a wisdom check?
Hopefully this one's better than the last one.
Can't be
Oh,
right.
really? Oh, I keep seeing a 19.
If you want to spread out, my best suggestion.
Yeah,
Sorry, go ahead.
it almost landed on the 14, but instead it's a 5 total.
Oh, man. So you notice as you're sort of going into this that the forest is getting thicker. The mushroom forest is getting thicker. The stalks of the
I'm okay with
mushroom
that.
are getting closer together. The rain also is creating an odd effect because the rain comes down and it hits the cap of the mushrooms and it rolls down and the rain rolls off the mushrooms almost in a uniform manner, so that at any given time there's water dripping off of all of the edges of the mushroom cap, creating this sort of almost shower curtain effect where there's water coming down off of the mushroom cap and almost blocking your vision so that you can't see the stalks of the mushroom as clearly unless you actually get really close to that stalk. And at any given time, if you're not careful, you don't end up avoiding that, and you end up getting pelted with a lot of water that's running off of the mushrooms, because it's not acting as a canopy in the same way that the forest normally would act like a canopy, where it weaves together at the top and doesn't allow as much rain to come down at one time. It sort of disperses it out. In this case, the mushrooms disperse it out, but it lets it fall in these huge waterfalls unless you're really close to any given stalk at one time, if that makes sense.
Yeah. So how wide are the caps? Like if I dodge from cap to cap or tree stalk to tree stalk, is there like a 10-foot area around the stalk that's
exactly
totally dry and out of the rain?
Yep. Depending on the size of the entire mushroom itself, you can get 5 to 10 feet between the stalk and where the edge of the cap would come out to.
So once the forest starts condensing and getting tighter, I'm going to kind of do that. I'm going to advance from stalk to stalk.
Okay.
Going under the curtain of one into the next.
Okay. How are the rest of you dealing with this?
Here's my question. Do we want to do a spread out configuration as we're searching through here? Or keep it tighter?
Sure.
Because if I'm going to do spread out, my suggestion would be almost like a semicircle with who would it be? Well, maybe 3, 4, I don't know. Jake, Zeno, Bernie, kind of the strong people, sort of taking the front portion of it, and then maybe Leonese, Bert, and myself somehow fitting into the back section a little bit. So we could have 10 feet between us if we wanted to, so we could see farther, but still have enough where we could all get back together and not be out of sight of each other.
Yeah, I was going to say, don't really be more than 15, 20 feet away from each other.
Yeah,
Just in case, especially with the water, we might have to condense it down a little shorter, depending on how the mushrooms. But that would get us a little more sight, unless you guys want to keep it tight together.
Right. No, I think that's a good idea.
No, that sounds good.
Okay. And I'm assuming that all of you are keeping an eye out for anything strange.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
How about everybody go ahead and give a wisdom check just to see.
How many ones can we get? Come on.
Right, yes, just to see how low it can actually be.
Hey, got a
Zeno got an 11.
12 on the die, 13 for my level, and so 14 for Leonese, and it's a secondary.
I
Yeah.
got 12 as a secondary.
Right,
Zeno got 11. It's a primary.
What did Jake get?
Jake got a. He might have got a 12. I have to check.
Okay. And what did Bernie get?
Jake got an 11.
Okay. Bernie, you're our last hope.
No pressure, but pressure.
Drag you along, and you've got to save us all.
Yeah, that 13 is the highest I've rolled.
Did we lose Bernie?
Have we lost Bernie?
Oh, we might have.
Let's find out real quick. So you all make it through the main portion of the sort of thicker forested part, if you can call it a forest. I mean, I guess it's a fungal forest. And it opens up into an enormous moss clearing. And this moss clearing is enormous. This one here, whoops, where, I forgot I had it on pin. This one here, where this opening is literally a almost half-mile span of more moss.
Does it look any different from the previous moss?
Nope.
Okay. Right, so.
Rekmit, why don't you give me an alchemical roll?
That is a 16.
Ooh.
So you notice after spending, a good hour in this area, you notice that it kind of dawns on you as you're walking through this very, very thick, rich fungal forest, and you get to the edge. You started to kind of, excuse me, subconsciously notice that the ground was changing a little bit, and then suddenly you were at the edge of that forest, and now there's this enormous swath of moss. And it dawns on you that the moss looks like it's kind of receding and being replaced by the mushrooms.
Oh, that is very interesting. The mushrooms apparently...
Is there anything flying around in this mossy area?
No. But then again, the forest on the other side is also mushrooms, not woody trees. And those things were flying around in woody trees.
Yeah. So,
Jake, can I borrow your shovel again?
Sure.
Want to try and dig down and see if the moss looks very similar, or because it's slowly being taken over by the mushrooms, if it looks any different down to the dirt.
So it does not have as many layers as it had the first time you dug, but it still has a couple. But they're definitely thinner than they were back when you dug near the woody forest.
Very interesting. Seems like the mushroom forest starting to eat away at this moss area. So I wonder if that was going to happen again, but this is definitely farther along than the other moss where it was nice and healthy moss. Something weird here. Oh, here, Jake, here's your shovel back.
So Zeno is going to head out to the center of the mossy area, kind of crouch down, low profile, cautiously.
Okay. What's your goal? What are you trying to do?
To get to the middle.
Okay. You make it to the middle. The moss here feels, to your feet, it feels more springy and thicker than it did at the edges.
Nothing else of note in the center of the moss field?
Nope.
Reckman's going to do a couple jumps and see if he can get some good height, how springy it feels.
He does not jump appreciably higher than he normally would.
God, I was hoping.
So are we headed on to the nest then, I guess?
So I'm trying to think, looking at this map, right, it looks like we've kind of passed the mushroom that's marked. Because that would be kind of somewhere to our, east, southeast now?
It's really hard to say with the way the map is marked.
Yeah. Because it's got the M for moss, right? So that, I'm assuming, is that first mossy clearing that we saw.
This one.
Yep.
then we've got the mushroom area.
Right, and then it doesn't have the second mossy clearing in there. So yeah, it's probably somewhere to our south or east.
But it does look like it's farther to the east, because if you look at that hill on the lower right, the south side there.
Yeah.
So the question is, do we want to find the red X on the map or the nest?
I mean, I think we should check out both. I think we're probably closer to the mushroom than the nest, so maybe hit that first, or the red X even first.
All right.
My guess is
Let's skirt around. Let's skirt around the edge of the mushroom forest to the east then. Kind of over here in this direction, Samuel.
Okay. So you get over to the. You get back further deep into the forest. The rain has let up a little bit, so that your vision is not as obscured around each individual mushroom base, so to speak. And you notice that there is what looks to be a trail in the way that the water has been sitting now after the rain. It looks like there's a trail into the area with thicker mushrooms.
We should follow it then, yeah.
let's follow that trail.
Follow the trail.
Okay.
I'm gonna set a trap on the trail,
Okay.
right where we're at, and then kind of head along.
Okay. Okay.
Cover it up with some moss.
Okay. Okay.
What time of day is it?
Well, when you hit the first elevation change, the first major elevation change, it was about 10 a.m. And then it took you about an hour to get into the forest. And then you took a rest, right, and ate lunch. And then you sort of entered the mushroom area. It's probably 2 or 3 p.m.
Okay.
It's pretty late in the day. You're getting pretty tired of walking, to be honest. But when you follow the trail leads to a set of almost what could be called brambles, except it's not like viney, thorny brambles. It's more like stringy mushrooms with knobs coming out that cause a sort of bramble area. And it looks as if whatever was coming through here crawled under that. And this brambly area rises about, 4 or 5 feet off the ground. It forms almost a wall in front of you.
Can we tell how thick it is?
From looking at it, you can't tell. If you sort of try to poke your head in there and move your arms around it, you might be able to tell better.
That's bad all the way around. If only we had someone in the party that could, destroy some of this stuff. But we don't.
I'll pull my rapier and shove it through.
Okay. Roll me an attack roll.
Oh, gosh. Holy crap, I rolled a 20. I don't really need 20.
Well, you spent some time sharpening your rapier today, last night or this morning when you were preparing. And so it's razor sharp, and it lops off a big chunk of it. And as that piece falls out, you see that this sort of brambly, weird mushroom wall is about 1.5 feet thick. It makes a large sort of half-moon shape in front of you that's maybe, all told, maybe 400 feet long. And so when the hole comes out of it, you can kind of look through and you could see the curves of it on each side if you look through the hole. And also, when you look through the hole, you see a really enormous mushroom in the center, a few dozen feet away from where you are.
The chunk I cut out, I'm going to grab it with my hand, toss it at Jake, and say, there you go.
Keep going.
Have some mushroom.
After you, sir. Keep going. Lead on. Yes.
I'll cut an opening and say, there you go, Jake. Feel free. Or Bernie.
Oh, we should have Bernie with the axe. It's been awesome.
I think
Half the time.
I think we lost Bernie.
That's why we were going to get Bernie. All right, so let's push our way through.
Okay.
Who wants to go first? Seriously.
Oh.
There it is. You're first? Why not?
I'm going to push Bernie through first.
Zeno, you want to go first, or should I go first? Or do we
Through.
have Bernie back?
I hope so.
Oh, there you are. Yes.
Yeah, I was here. It didn't. I guess I lost my voice, or my voice left. So or I lost the voice connection. I don't know what was going on. I could hear you guys.
We're pushing you through the mushrooms.
Excellent. Ah!
But did we lose Chris now?
Yeah, now we lost Chris.
Sure.
Okay, take your scrolls.
All right. So,
All right, so Bernie, you wanna lead us into this?
Sure. Axe in hands. I'll move forward cautiously, slowly, watching in front of me for any pitfalls or trips, things of that nature.
Guys, we're going to have to get used to our way of doing things. Caution? Sure, caution to the wind. It's Jake's motto.
So, sorry, what's Bernie doing?
I'm moving forward,
Okay.
a little cautiously, looking ahead, making sure there's not anything I'm stepping into or going to be tripped by.
Okay.
Kind of looking, making sure there's nothing flying up and at us, and gonna start heading for that mushroom.
You don't see anything that looks dangerous, but what you do see are these sort of small, probably 1 foot in diameter, circular, they almost look like hats. They're sort of these half circle, almost a hat you could put on your head. You see one of them every few feet as you are walking through and keeping an eye on the big mushroom. You see these weird sort of half circle, circular, hollowed out things on the ground.
What's our order behind Bernie?
Okay. Are
Yeah.
they moving, or they appear to be inanimate, finished things? Huh?
They are not moving. But yeah,
Okay.
what's the marching order here? So we've got Bernie first.
You want me to be behind Bernie?
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll be next. So I can tell Bernie, hey, that's those centipede type things we found before.
Yeah.
Aha.
And Vinny's will go behind, go third.
Okay.
Bert will tag on next, going in fourth.
And then Zeno, then Jake, or who's in the back?
Doesn't matter. Which do you want, Zeno?
I'll take the back.
All right.
Okay. Okay.
There, Jake, you're in healing position.
Yeah, so they are definitely those little half a centipede pieces. So for Bernie, the last place that they were at, they found these weird sort of 1 foot in diameter pieces of centipede carapace that have been hollowed out and kind of dried out, but the legs, there were 2 legs still attached. And that's pretty much what you're seeing now. They're they're either black or very dark red, but these don't have the legs attached.
Rickman will try and pick one up and see if it looks like they've been carved out or if it's just been rotted.
Looks like it's just been rotted.
Okay.
And as Bernie gets closer to the mushroom, you see that there is a dark spot at the base of the stalk of the mushroom. It looks kind of like an opening. It's probably about 4 feet high.
Something eats centipedes. How close are we to the mushroom?
A few feet, like 20 feet maybe.
Okay. So we wouldn't be able to see if like it was eaten or carved out or...
Honestly,
does it look uniform or does it look jagged? Does it look...
It looks uniform, but created by an animal.
Okay.
How big is this mushroom?
It's about 80 feet tall, and the diameter of the stalk is probably at least 3 feet.
Okay.
The cap creates an umbrella that's probably extends out 10 feet beyond the stalk.
Does the hole look like it has... Can we see if it goes down or up once it goes in, or do we just see just the hole right now?
You just see the hole right now. You can't see any more details than that.
Okay, well, let's cautiously move that, or at least I will cautiously move forward.
Yeah.
Okay. As you get closer, you see that it does indeed, it's almost a cave-like entrance into the mushroom. And it pretty quickly goes into the ground, so it doesn't go up, it goes down.
Okay. How big is the hole?
It's from the ground, it goes up about 4 feet, and it's about 1.5 feet wide.
Ooh, ouch, tight.
Yeah, it's going to be real tight.
Jake, come and check this out. I'm sure there's no trap.
Okay.
The ground here smells very pungent, like almost like a skunk, like skunk odor.
Hey.
Oh.
Do we want to investigate, or do we want to move on?
We should investigate because
I think it's worth investigating. It just seems a little dangerous.
Are there any more large mushrooms in this area?
Yeah, so you're in a whole forest of mushrooms. It's just that this is the biggest one.
Okay.
All right. I was cautious for once. Now let's go.
Let's check it out.
I have a feeling we're going to have to make the opening a little bigger, at least. Does it look like once it gets to the ground, it widens out at all? Because the 1.5 is going to be too tight for us to get through.
Yeah, no. Once it goes into the ground, it's almost like a 5 foot in diameter. It's just hard to see because it's so dark in there.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
we need a light a torch.
Okay, yeah, let's throw a little light in there and...
Does it look like we can squeeze ourselves in, or will we have to open up the opening a little bit wider?
You can probably all squeeze in one at a time. You might damage the outer edges of the opening, but you're probably not going to damage the mushroom as a whole by doing that.
Is it an edible mushroom or a poisonous mushroom?
Good question. It's edible.
Well, I'm going to cut a little bit off then. Just easier for us to get in.
Mm-hmm.
Pure.
Do you eat it? You cut a piece off and eat it, or you save it for later?
I will cut a piece off, and I will eat a portion that's not exactly where the thing would have slid through.
Okay.
So go a couple meters in and cut that out, because whatever would have brushed against it, I don't want to,
Right.
It's like fresh cat.
It tastes like skunk smell.
Ooh.
I'll do a little shake and go, oh, that's got some flavor to it.
It's like that good blue cheese you get,
And I cut off some more. I'm gonna fry some. I'm gonna cook some, smoke some of this.
So,
Okay, well,
so you, I think Bernie threw a torch down, right, down the hole.
I said, let's do that. I'll get a torch ready. I'll light it. I'm going to ask someone to hold my axe. I'm going to get hand axe out. And I'm going to kind of look down in there and toss the torch a ways in. Then I'm going to try to get down in there, going head first.
Okay. So, roll me a dexterity siege check, please.
Okay.
And seeing as he tries to hand the axe back to the person behind him, I try to grab it. It's like, whoa! It goes right to the ground.
Oh boy. So you throw the torch in, and you have this thought that you're going to throw it in, and it's going to go down a few feet, and it's going to land, and it's going to illuminate the area so you can crawl down. But when you toss it in, it goes directly down the center of the hole, and all you see as the flames go by, as it goes down this hole, is that it's a tubular kind of tunnel into the ground, and it has slight undulations in it, so it's got sort of slight bumps. It's not completely smooth, but the torch just it goes down, and it curves a little bit, and it keeps going down, and then your light is gone. You can't see anymore.
Does he see a glow?
Nope, the torch slides down far enough into the tunnel that you don't see any light anymore. So it had to go at least, a torch illuminates...
30 feet, 20 feet? Can't remember.
A torch is viewable distance of 40 feet if it's dark outside. But because it's light outside around you, but it's dark inside, you would be able to maybe see the 40 feet because you'd see the big contrast, but it's gone at least 40 feet because you don't see anything. You also notice that the sides of the tunnel are a little bit slick. They're like mud.
Well,
slugs.
We got any more rope? I got 50 feet. Anybody else got some?
I got rope.
Yeah, we could.
Yeah, I've got 50 feet.
We could tie the rope around the base of this mushroom and then follow it down that way.
Yeah.
Yep.
Not a bad idea.
Okay.
And so I will secure my my big axe and get hold of the rope and start to descend, feet first.
Okay. And so you're going to all follow the same marching order, or are you going to wait for him to go down and report back?
You can wait.
I'm going to follow the same marching order.
Yeah, we
should just wait until... So Leonise has lit a torch so that as he goes down, she can hold the torch so he can see.
Okay.
Give him a little bit of light from the top. And then he can help. Maybe when he gets to the edge, he can tell us what he sees.
Okay. So
I'm going to...
Go ahead.
I'm going to tie the mule up to the rope wrapped around the mushroom and then set the last trap at the hole entrance after we go down.
Okay. Okay.
I'm gonna start
So
going down.
Bernie goes down, and so that the first sort of drop is about 5 or 6 feet, and it goes straight down.
Right.
And then the tubular structure kind of turns almost into a slide, even though it's a little bumpy. And it goes and it slides to the northwest about, maybe 30 degrees off to the west, but mostly north. And it goes down another 20, 30 feet. And then there's then it has like a distinct down, like literally vertically down slide part for about 5-6 feet, and then you are standing in a cavernous little area, but the walls, by the time you get down here, your feet are standing kind of in mud because all of the mud that kind of you sloughed off as you came down there. Your torch is across the cavern about 20 feet from you, where it sort of flew in and flew all the way over there, bounced when it hit the ground.
Okay.
Most of the walls here and the floor are stone, but you're standing in a little pile of mud because of just the disturbance of the mud from above you. The last couple of feet of the tunnel are actually stone. And now you're in a stone cavern. There are 2 passageways.
And is it stone, is it like rock, or is it or is it cut stone?
It's like cavern rock, uncut.
Okay.
So natural.
Okay, I'm gonna go pick
cavern.
up my torch.
Okay. So you see about actually, let me look. You see. Make sure I tell you the right thing. Oh, you see the there is one exit from this tunnel, from this chamber where you're at, and it goes off to the north.
Okay.
And
okay.
Are you gonna? I don't know if you're gonna wait for everyone to come down, or if you're gonna warn them that there's a kind of a drop there at the end, or he's just gonna let y'all all come down and fall on your butts.
I will listen, and when I hear someone getting close, I'll say, "Watch out! It's a little tricky at the end." I don't want to scream and attract things to come.
Okay.
Right, we have to go about 10 to 15 feet behind him.
Okay.
And then Leonese will go once he's gone down.
How tall is Rekmid?
Also,
5'6".
Okay.
For dwarf, let it go.
How tall is Bert?
Bert is
6'5".
Bert's like 3 foot something. Hang on, let me see what I got. 3'1".
So I need a dexterity save from Bert. Everybody else is tall enough that it's not too jarring to descend and drop that last 5 or 6 feet.
Oh, that's not bad. I have my level, right? Is it a siege check?
Yep, you add your level.
So it'll be a total.
Okay. You hit the ground hard, but you have learned in the past to sort of tumble out and roll. So you hit the ground and you roll out of it, and you end up closer to the exit than anyone else. The exit from that room than anyone else.
And I'll stand up and do a little bow. You know?
Yeah. It's all, ta-da!
Exactly.
Okay, so you're all down there now, and you're in a worked cavern. It's only about 20 foot radius. It's a pretty large cavern, but it's very uneven walls, so it feels a lot smaller because with your torchlight, there's different shadows bouncing all over, and the ceiling isn't really worked, and so in part of the room it's really low, and in part of the room it's a little bit higher, and it's a very kind of creepy little cave. It's definitely not a man-made structure. It's a natural cavern that is below here. The pungent smell is no longer there, but now all you smell is the smell of like rich earth and mushrooms.
Mm-hmm.
Are there any mushrooms going around in here in the mud?
Nope, because there's not enough mud. There's only a little bit of mud near the entrance where everybody keeps coming through and dragging mud out of the tunnel.
Are there any tracks in the mud?
There are tracks, but they are not humanoid. They are more insect-like.
Centipede.
Are there any more centipede carcasses around?
There are not.
Are they like little tracks or are they like big tracks?
They're like, well, I guess it depends. What do you consider a big centipede track?
How does my hand look compared to the track?
Your hand is a lot bigger than the footprint of the centipede.
Okay.
That's good news.
So if there's nothing in the room, we should probably head through the entrance to the north.
Yeah.
We have torchlight.
Without caution.
How wide is the tunnel to the north? Or the entrance?
The tunnel is about 5 or 6 feet wide.
Okay.
So you can definitely go single file and everybody will fit. You could probably go sort of double up in certain areas and not be too squished, but it wouldn't necessarily be comfortable.
Right.
Richter will not double up.
Yeah. Could I? Will I be able to use my big axe in here, or will I need to go to a small axe?
In the tunnel, probably a small one. But if there are any rooms like the last one you were in, definitely the big one is probably fine.
Okay. So I'll leave the big axe strapped to my back, and I'm gonna torch in one hand, hand axe in the other.
Okay. You travel down or through the cavern about 60 feet to the north, and it curves slightly to the west again. You're not ever going directly west, but there's a kind of slight curve. Definitely Rekmit realizes immediately that is occurring. The rest of you, maybe not. You approach an area that it opens out from the pathway that you're in, the passageway, into a sort of smallish chamber that is about 25 feet by 25 feet. It has 4 exits, the one that you're entering, and then 2 sort of to the north and 1 to the south. And directly in the middle of the chamber is a statue of a dwarf. And the statue is looking down at its hands and feet, and its arms are broken off. So I guess it's looking down at where its hands would have been if its arms were intact.
Okay.
So does it look like a created room or a natural cave opening?
It is a sort of natural cavern. So let's go to a map where we can draw.
Is it a, when the dwarf was, I'll say first placed here, was it is it a sad-looking dwarf, or is it contemplative? What the facial features of it, or are we not close enough yet?
I have assumed that you are not close enough.
Okay.
So we came in from the southeast, right?
Let me move this over so that people can see. Yeah, so... Yeah, so you came in here from... From here. This is where you came in from.
Mm-hmm.
And this blue dot here, let me fix that blue dot there. That blue dot is the statue. And to answer the question, as you get closer to the statue looks surprised. Has a surprised look on its face.
No, that's not good.
No.
Is the statue dwarf-sized?
It is.
Yeah.
Does it look almost lifelike?
I was going to say, how lifelike does it look?
It looks very lifelike. It's the most lifelike statue you've probably ever seen.
And is it standing directly on the ground, like no pedestal or anything like that?
Correct.
Aha.
Never a good sign.
Shoot everybody all weird about. It's just a really nice statue in the middle of nowhere. You guys need to relax.
Well, are we going to go up to the statue? Because I'll inspect it to see if it looks like it was worked or if it's not worked.
Shoot it.
Has no arms.
If it's a statue, it won't hurt it.
All I have are these sling stones, though. No.
They're precious to me.
So it's up to you, whatever you want to do.
Which way is it facing? Towards us?
It is facing as if it's looking at this passageway.
Okay. I will approach the statue and make sure I'm not looking into any of the hallways.
Yes.
I'm going to avert my gaze. And hopefully the party will look if anybody comes out of the tunnel after me. I want to go check the statue out. See if it's been worked or if it looks like it's something frozen in place.
Roll me an intelligence check.
Oh, why has it got to be intelligence?
Because that's your eidetic memory.
That's only an 8.
So the thing is that you know worked stone. And this doesn't look like worked stone. But it is stone. But it's not worked stone. Like, it's confusing.
This is not a carved statue, gentlemen, or party. I don't know what it is, but this wasn't made by even craftsmen of my kind's ability.
Also, Rekmit, you have not seen a dwarf that is not a person coming in on a ship, like a merchant ship, or you part of your family clan for like your entire life.
That is true.
And this person is definitely not a dwarf that you recognize.
So it's definitely got different features than what I've seen before.
Right.
Is there any indication, or can you tell from the clothes that it's wearing how old it may be? Is there anything that gives you that hint?
Not really. It looks like that it's got some fashioned like chainmail armor. And it's not holding a weapon, but the broken stone on the ground where part of one of its arms is looks maybe like it had a sword.
Well, But there is no weapon in what would have been the remnants of the arm or hand?
Correct. It looks like it maybe broke off. When you look at it, you could tell that its arms are broken, and you can see that part of them are on the ground, but not the entirety of them. Some of it's missing. So if you were to have some kind of fancy glue that you could put it all back together, it would still not be whole, in other words.
So you had something that somebody wanted.
Well, I will take a fist-sized chunk with me of the stone from his arms or whatever.
Okay.
Am I in the room by the statue now? We're very exposed.
So I was looking down the northeast passage.
Yeah, does anyone want to go that way or avoid that way?
Are there any tracks that I see going to any of the tunnels? Presume the track is there's the whatever coming out of the tunnel we just came from.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so there are tracks going in all directions, like in and out of each of the tunnels.
Are they like centipede tracks like we saw before, or are they other things?
They are mostly, the most recent ones seem like they are centipede tracks. There are some footprints from booted feet.
Ah. Perhaps we should follow those.
Do they look the same size as this dwarf's feet?
Some of them are, but some of them are not. And they also go in all directions.
Okay.
So did anybody else investigate the statue? Or was it just Reckmit?
Leonese didn't. It's like, it's a statue, it's stone. Don't know anything about that.
Okay.
Bart will go up and take a look at it.
Okay.
Just taking a look, trying to see if there's anything odd or maybe it's something valuable about it. Get to take off.
Go ahead and roll me an intelligence check.
Uh, 12. Prime.
You don't notice anything weird with the statue. I mean, other than just the stuff that Reckman already noticed. But what you see on the wall behind Reckmit is something odd. You see what looks like right here. That's hard to see, but whoops. What looks like something written on the wall where I put that green X.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and take a look at it, see if I can read what it says.
What languages do you speak?
Let's see, Gnome, Dwarven, Halfling, Common.
You recognize that the script it's this little symbol, and the script that it's written in is the Dwarvish script, but it's not a Dwarven symbol. So you don't know what it is.
Go ahead and call Reckman over and see if he perhaps recognizes it or knows anything about it.
They go, oh, I did not see that. We'll go over and take a look at it.
What languages does Reckmit speak?
Dwarven and Vulgate. You know, whatever he knows, the rune mark stuff.
So similar to what Bert saw, you recognize that it's in a Dwarven kind of script, but it's not something that you recognize but it's just looks like it's written right on the stone, so you know that it's probably not an original rune mark.
Okay.
And it's not a language that you understand. It looks to you like just somebody's trying to denote something. Right? It doesn't look like a rune mark, and it doesn't look like something that you would put on if you were building something, right? You know all those symbols. That's not what this is.
Okay. I will definitely pull out my little notebooks and at least mark it down for show to or somebody else.
Yeah.
Whether my parents, somebody would notice it.
Mm-hmm.
Leonese wanders over to see what you're doing.
Okay. What language does Leonese speak?
Enochian, Dwarven, Ethram, Goblin, Vulgate, Sylvan, and Draconic.
So while the symbol is in Dwarven script, it looks very similar to a Sylvan warding symbol that you know about.
Ah.
A very old, ancient warding symbol that used to be used, but has not been used in a very long time. In fact, it's something that that part of the reason why it hasn't been used is that the Sylvan peoples and anybody who spoke and used Sylvan as a primary language found that it only worked if you used the symbol with the Dwarven script. And so they stopped using it. They started developing other things. And that worries you because you know that the only time that has ever happened is when things have to do with the language of creation and the dwarves trying to note down all of the language of creation and learn how to use it.
Do I know what it actually means?
You can roll an intelligence check.
Wait, that's actually a 7. 7 plus 4, so 11.
You don't really know what it means, but you know that part of it invokes shadow. And you see Reckmit madly looking through his books.
So I'll explain to everyone that this is in Sylvan, very ancient, and somewhat ominous.
So, does the runes look about the same time as the dwarf was here, or, is the dwarf newer than the runes? Is there any dust on things?
You sound like a robot. I don't know if your audio went weird or something.
Yeah, I just had to reconnect. Discord does that sometimes.
Yeah. Discord's been all fussy tonight, huh?
Yep.
Yeah, it really has.
Yep.
How's that? Is that better?
Perfect.
That's better.
Yep.
Yeah, that's good.
All right. So can we tell which is older, the runes or the dwarf? Was there a lot of dust on the dwarf? Any mold growing on it? Footsteps leading up to it?
There is no indication that the dwarf had any acknowledgement of the rune at all.
Okay.
Can I tell how long ago it may have been put on the wall?
You can investigate it further if you want to get closer and really look at it.
I will get closer and really look at it, but I won't touch it.
Okay.
That could trigger something.
Roll me a charisma check.
16 plus 2 is an 18.
This has been here for a very long time. Like probably hundreds of years. The problem with it is, though, that it looks to you like there's been some sort of erosion or something in this cave that makes the symbol not work correctly.
Okay.
Right? Now, Leonise thought that was maybe because the Sylvan language didn't translate well using the Dwarven symbols, which also may be true, but you're thinking more so now that maybe it's just drawn on there wrong. Like, or it was correct at first, but now maybe there was some kind of erosion of some sort in this cavern.
But the erosion itself would have broken whatever the rune would have done. If it was triggered by something, whatever it doesn't, it's not active anymore, but it's still carved there.
Correct.
When I make my copy of it, am I able to tell which parts were kind of degraded or not?
You're going to have to go to your bigger library of marks and whatnot and take a look. Yeah, you can conjecture, like you can think to yourself, oh, that might be that, or there might be this piece that could fit there, but
I'm going to go and do some research. Okay, got it.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep.
All right, which way do you want to go, lads?
All right.
Hey, Samuel, so while all this statuing and ruin inspecting was going on, Zeno climbed up to the top. He gave the mule a little pet, a little lovin', gave him a little something to chew on, grabbed the trap, and came back down. And I'm going to set this trap in one of the corridors wherever we don't go down.
Okay. So then I guess that begs the question of which corridor does everyone want to go down?
Let's go to the one on the right.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. The one to the northeast here.
So this one here. Whoops. Let me.
And I'm going to set the trap up over here on this top left one.
You're going to put the trap here. Okay.
Right where the X is.
Okay. And you're going to go down this one?
Yep.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. Okay. Of course you pick the direction that goes off the map, right?
We gotta make it difficult,
So I'm gonna just move.
I thought that was part of our plan.
Yeah, I'm just gonna move this up to the top of the page here real quick, but it's connected. So let me write. This is how you do this when you didn't do your graph paper correctly. This is A.
Yep. I was just gonna say.
And so let's start over here, and let's say this is A. Here's A. And this pathway is going to come along like this. And it abruptly turns to the north here a little bit. And there is a flowing river right here. Maybe I should say stream, creek. It's not an enormous river or anything. It is a few feet across. And it is flowing in this direction. And the reason you know that the river's even there is because you see it, but you only see it sort of, I'm going to draw a dotted line here. You see it come out here. So in other words, all of this back here is behind cave wall, and all of this that goes to is behind cave wall, but you see it flowing out. This here is cave wall as well, right? So you see it flowing in front of you. You come right up to the edge of it. And there's a little teeny tiny, 3-4 foot beach area right here. and then there's the river flowing by, and you only see a few feet of it, and it's coming out from an opening here below the wall here, and you see it in front of you, and then it goes in this direction where I put that arrow.
How big is the gap between the bottom of the wall and the river or the stream, whatever?
Probably, maybe. It looks to you like it's about maybe 8 inches, 12 inches, maybe a foot.
Oh, okay.
Slightly more, maybe. Somebody could go in there and swim under it, but I don't know if you think that's a good idea or not. But
right. How deep is it?
You can put something down in it to see.
Well, I'll take my staff and see how deep it is and how fast it's moving.
It is deeper than your staff goes.
Oh, okay.
Ooh, wow.
It's moving. It's moving quickly, but it's not so swift as to. Let me put it this way: if you fell into it, you might get swept away, but you might just as easily be able to grab on and climb right back out. So
unless you're a halfling,
right? Unless you're Bert, and then in that case, you might get sucked right under. It's moving swiftly enough that there could be a good undertow if you went deep enough, but on the surface level, it's not moving so fast that it's like creating crests.
So Zeno's going to ask for one of these stones that everyone's talking about, and he's going to tie it to some string and plunge it into the thing and see how far it goes.
Okay. So with a heavy stone, do you want to go to the bottom? Is that your idea?
Well, I mean, any kind of stone I think will sink if it's tied to string, but like a sling stone.
I'll give you that hand size chunk of the dwarf's hand or whatever arm piece, so you can use that.
Okay.
There you go.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, so you tie it to a string, drop it down, bring it back up, start measuring. It's about 18 to 20 feet.
Oh, that's a serious step.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's a lot of water.
Give the dwarf arm back.
Yeah.
How far across? I mean, it ends in a wall, I know, but how far across is it?
It's like 6 feet.
Okay.
All right, should we turn around and check it?
Where we came?
Yeah.
Are there like many tracks down here?
There are tracks that lead up to the edge of the water, and then tracks that go back in the other direction too.
I thought you said, "Are there any traps down here?" I was thinking that is an awesome question.
There's traps all over, in every direction.
Sorry, go on with the tracks.
So that
What kind of tracks are they?
the tracks look. It looks as if it's tracks of things going up to the water's edge, and then going back in the other direction.
Okay, I'm going to ask that. So it looks like they've come here and then just turn around, as opposed to gone off and then new tracks have come in. All
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
That's enough to deter whatever comes through here.
So do you guys want to
All right.
go back and head southwest?
Well, that's the question. We want to try and get across this, or we want to go back and check the easy routes first? Well, potentially.
Well,
This one
we
has
head to the west.
So
All right, fair enough.
So back to the original. Which direction are you going?
Room.
Southwest?
southwest, because we have the trap on the northwest one. So
Sure.
go southwest.
So let me. All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to put a B there, just so that we know it's area B. Okay. So this pathway heads down and curves. It curves so that it's going directly west, and it goes for about 100 feet, and it has portions where it's narrow. So I'm just going to write 100 feet here, okay? I'm not going to draw the whole thing in. But there are portions where it is very narrow, and you have to sort of go single file and turn to the side to get through. There's portions where the cavern sort of sweeps in or sweeps out into the passageway, so you kind of have to lean over as you go through. So it's a very, very irregular cavern. There's rocks. There's more rocks here than you've seen previously in the other cavern passageways. Some of them are very large, coming up from the bottom. Some of them are smaller, and you could actually pick them up if you wanted to. And after about 100 feet, you get to the point where it curves slightly up. Let me do it like this. It curves slightly up. And you see that there is a much larger cavernous opening that you are going to be walking into. And you can tell that several feet from, you don't just sort of stumble onto it and suddenly you're in a big cavern.
Yeah.
You could see this several feet away. So that's why I stopped drawing, because now I need to know what you want to do. And it's pretty obvious that you're going to be coming up to a larger open area. You can't quite tell how big yet.
Does that cave look like it's from water erosion at all?
It just looks like a large cavern at this point.
Okay.
So before we get the
tunnel we were in with all the weird slopes and stuff.
So before we get there, Leonese will kind of have everybody stop and be silent, and then we'll listen.
Okay.
So just a few feet from the entrance.
Okay. You hear a waterfall, and you hear pitter patter, like feet walking very quickly to and fro.
How many feet?
The steps don't sound like they're coming directly in your direction. They just sound like they're moving around. How many? It's hard to tell. You can roll a wisdom check.
That's a 15. Actually, 16 plus 1. And plus 2, so 17.
You're not exactly sure how many, but it's multiple pairs.
Okay. I'll stop and say, lots of feet, probably a centipede or something up ahead. Moving back and forth or around in the cavern.
Does our burglar want to sneak ahead?
Have we seen any tracks on the walls or on the ceiling?
Not that you've noticed, no.
Okay.
I could sneak ahead, but I'm a little worried if it's a centipede. It might sense me coming, like through my footfalls, whether I'm quiet or not. Bugs normally do like vibration things, don't they? So, but I could try it if you guys want.
So that would just go up to the thing. We backtrack.
So, Bert, do you have a pouch on you? A small pouch that can close real well?
Yeah, I got a belt pouch that's pretty secure.
Okay. Could I have one of your sling stones?
Yeah.
I cast light upon it. It'll be good for 10 minutes. And I hand it back to you and tell you to put it in your belt pads.
All right, I'll put it in and seal it up, yeah?
That way, if you need to hide light, you can hide it. You can get all Bilbo Baggins up there.
That's a good idea.
And if not, you can shoot it with your sling.
Be like a tracer.
Yeah, just fling it out.
Yeah. I mean, granted, we're all walking with, well, some of us are walking with torches, but
Yes, we
sometimes
are.
just seeing the silhouette of your opponent works well.
So are you going to try to sneak up there, or are you just going to walk up there?
Yeah, go on. I'll try to sneak up there first.
Okay. So go ahead and give me a... You're going to want to give me a hide check, which is a dex check for you.
Ooh, that's a 2 on the die.
I mean, that's perfect. You are so quiet, no one can hear you. So you get up to the edge of this cavern, and you see something that is very disconcerting to you. I'm just going to draw this further around here. You see, you can't see everything that's in here, but you see, I'm going to put some red X's on this map, and everywhere that I put a red X, you see a statue and then just slightly beyond the statue here, this farthest statue, you see a sort of so I just drew it in green. That is an archway across the cavern. Okay, so let me orient you to this. What Bert can see right now is a large cavern that's probably 60 feet across. There are at least 5 statues in here that are reminiscent of the statue in the corridor that you came from. These 2 large splotchy areas that I drew, that's just big rock pillars where the cavern wasn't hollowed out. And the green markings up in the northern part here that I drew on there, that is actually a archway made of stone. And there's a green mist in the archway so that you can't really see much beyond it, but it does look like there is a door beyond it, but you can't really tell from where you are because the green mist is obscuring everything that you can see. You also see that the cavern goes off more to the left and to the right. You just can't see what's over there. The sounds of the footfalls that Lenice heard were from the left, so the western portion. The one thing that Bert does not see is any sort of centipedes or other kind of moving creatures.
And can I still hear footfalls coming from the left?
You can now hear footfalls. They sound like they're almost pacing back and forth, north to south. You also hear the sound of what sounds like a waterfall.
All right, I'll go ahead and sneak back with my 2 towards everyone else and just let them know kind of what I've seen, that the footfalls seem to go from the left. So if we do go in, we will probably want to head to the right.
So which way were the statues facing?
They differ. Some of them are facing to the
okay.
left and some to the right.
Okay, well, that's what I thought.
I definitely would like to check out that archway and the green door. I think that seems worth looking at. If we all be going together, we can, or I can just go back and sneak in.
We could try to either use one of my runes. Like if we see something in there, or it tries to lure it to it, a bright light that it's forced to go to. Or I could try the other one where things can't see us, but they can still hear us and sense us in other ways.
Could you put the rune that lures them onto like a sling bullet, and we could sling it, and then see if it kind of maybe comes towards us, but we don't have to get too close to where it's coming towards?
Well, essentially, I would this big chunk of rock I have, I think I could inscribe the rune upon that and throw it over there.
Yeah.
And everything within about a 50-footish radius is attracted to it. If we see something coming towards us, because obviously if there's more of these statues, this is not natural. There's something that's causing, I think, causing things to become stone. I don't know how that works. I've never heard of such a thing, but except maybe in tales. The scary young little dwarflings. What do you think? If you want to try this?
Yeah, looks like it's a good idea to me.
Okay. So you're going to cast some runes on that stone?
I am going to prepare to inscribe a rune upon it. Like if whatever the chittering, skittering foot noises are that they're saying is from the left, I want to have it ready to immediately inscribe and throw it over there as far as I can. But I'll wait until something actually shows up. If we're able to sneak across, then great. Then I don't have to use it.
So you're going to throw it to the left?
If something comes from the left, yes. If something comes from the right, I'll throw it to the right. If something comes from both directions, I don't know.
Throw it.
Okay, so you're going to go out into the cavern then, is what you're saying?
We're going to try and sneak across?
Yeah, I think we're going to go and turn right and head to the right, but by the wall.
Right. Okay. Basically try and sneak around to the right and away from the stuff that's to the sound that's to the left?
Yeah.
Okay.
Who is going to do the sneaking?
I think we're all going, right? So it's a question of being as quiet as we can.
Okay.
Well, the question would be is, do we want Bert to be in front sneaking and letting us know as we stumble and bumble our way behind him about 10 feet or so?
Maybe.
I'm thinking I might go like kind of closest to this left edge so I can keep an eye out on something. And I'll be kind of quiet. Maybe I go more towards like the center, across the center of the room. Are we heading to this green door, or do we want to head just to the right side of the cavern?
I think if we go to the right and see what we see there, and then maybe head round to the green door, but it's covered in mist, so that's always a scary thought.
That's true.
Yes.
But if we come from round to the right and there's no whatever on this side, maybe we can avoid that and evaluate that mist before having to deal with it.
Yeah.
Plus, if something does come, I'll do my rune mark and see if it helps us.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, Bert, are you going to go with the rest of the group then, or are you going to try to go left?
Yeah, no, I'll go with the rest of the group for sure.
Okay. Okay, so the first and last person will give me a dexterity check then. So if you're in your standard order, it was Bernie, Rekmit, Leonise, Bert, Jake, Zeno. So if you want to change that order, you can. And the first and last people will give a dex check.
Okay.
I'm good with that.
Yeah, my only suggestion is either put Bert in front or Bert at the back.
I can go in back or...
Yeah, the reasoning for you in the back would be because that's where we hear the sound from.
That's where I heard the sound from, right? That's kind of what I was thinking, yeah.
Okay, so we're putting Bert in the back. And Bernie's going to go first?
Yep.
Okay.
And I got a 19. Got
Okay.
it in.
And Bert, you want to give me another?
Oh, yeah, this one's better. 17.
Okay. Okay, so you all come out of here in a sort of single file line, and you start. I'm just going to put like a purple dotted line here. You start coming over this way, and when you get behind this pillar here, you can then see the rest of this room a little bit. And what you see is that this... Oops, forgot to change the color there. What you see is this sort of comes down and ends up forming another passageway out. And also, you can now... When you came out, you sort of got a better look at this. You could see that this forms down to a passage like that. And you see movement over here. So over in this area, you actually see things moving. But it's hard to tell what they are from where you are.
Well, do we want to go and see if that passageway connects back up with the other one?
Are we able to see what this statue looks like?
That statue is a... That statue is a... Looks like a halfling.
Okay.
A little halfling woman.
Which way is she looking?
She's looking this direction. This one's looking this direction. This one's actually looking down, and these two are looking over here.
Okay. Interesting. Looks kind of like in the middle of the room looking around.
Yeah.
From all directions.
And either they were like guarding, or there's like they were surrounded by noise and they're all looking in directions.
Yeah.
None of them are looking towards the archway.
No, they're not looking towards the archway. And the way that it's suggested is, you know, the two to the right looking to the right, two to the left looking to the left, is they were maybe preparing for something, either defending or just guarding.
Yeah.
Yeah, it definitely looks like whatever hit him came from all sides here. It's not like one way or the other.
Do they have arms?
So a lot of these statues are broken, and in fact, the halfling that you were looking at looks like its shoulder is damaged.
Is the whole arm missing?
No.
Damn it.
Does it look like the damage from a weapon? Or a claw?
It's
or a bite?
hard to tell because the stone is pretty brittle, and it cracks and comes off relatively easily. But if you want to walk closer, you can check to see if you can get any better details.
Sure.
Okay. Which one do you want to get closer to?
Well, look at you said the Hobbit woman had a damaged shoulder, right?
Yes.
Well, let's go there.
Recommend staying by the wall.
Give me a dexterity check.
That's not going to make it anyway because Dex is, I mean, I got a 3, so a 9, but a secondary.
So, you walk out and you can see that as you look closer at the shoulder, at first it just looked like a chunk was pulled off, but now you could see that it looks like, while some of it was broken off, there also seemed to be little sort of bite marks in it.
Okay.
And you hear something off to your, well, I guess if you were, I guess it depends on what you were. You hear something off from the west that sounds like it is coming closer. And if you look over, you see at least 3 centipedes running towards you. These centipedes are roughly maybe 4 feet long. Their carapaces are about a foot big, each of them, and they have like 5 or 6 shells. But they're kind of, when they walk, they kind of rear up the first 2 shells. So really there's like 7 or 8 because there's 4 of them on the ground and 2 up.
Mm-hmm.
Or 4 or 5 on the ground and 2 or 3 up. So they're very odd, but they are coming towards you.
How is it 5 foot per square or 10?
It's 10. These tokens are too big, but so they're only, the tokens should be smaller, but that's the smallest they go.
It's all right.
Okay, I am going to do my rune of luring, or the lure rune on the stone, and I'm going to toss it over there at him.
Okay. Roll me a dexterity check.
Oh, God.
Yeah, you got this.
Yeah, no, I don't. That's an 8.
So the rune hits this pillar right here and kind of bounces back over this way, but the centipedes do go after it, and they're kind of hoarding around it. But then that allows you to see that there is an even bigger centipede behind them coming through. And so let me just give you a size comparison here, because while the original 2 centipedes, or the original 3 centipedes are larger than, the tokens larger than the size of the actual centipede, this big one is actually really big. It's
Like
probably 50 or 60 feet long.
Oh, geez.
And the carapace pieces, each segment of the centipede is probably 3 feet in diameter.
Wow, that is big.
That's pretty big.
Yeah, it is.
And I just need to look up one thing.
What the lure rune does?
Yeah, I need to figure out how much it affects it.
Yeah, I'm confused by it because it gives me a duration of 10 minutes per level, but it says it lures and it lasts for 2 to 12 rounds and affects all creatures within a 50-foot area / radius, probably. Equivalent of 10 torches in brightness. But yeah, you'll have to read through that. I know there's a wisdom saving throw at some point. Yeah. Successful wisdom saving throw will be drawn towards it. I got to use a different type of one.
Okay, so okay. So yeah, I think the notation is just that 10 minutes per level is weird.
Yeah, there's some of the things in there like fused.
That's okay though. So they're going to. So the little ones are completely enraptured. They totally fell for it. They don't even get the wisdom save. The big daddy, he's going to get a wisdom save.
Yeah, you just make
What does this cause?
What's that?
What does this cause?
They end up getting enraptured and sort of almost hypnotized by the light, so they stay around it and they kind of can't move as long as they fail their wisdom check. However, if you attack them, jostle them, or interrupt their focus on the item, they get to make another wisdom save automatically with a bonus.
Mm-hmm.
Let me make the save for this guy. I will do it on the screen here. Let's see. That is a wisdom save. So, I rolled a 20.
I'm pretty sure that makes it.
Yeah, so that's going to make it. So, the big one does not fall for the lure, but the little ones do. So, that's at least a little bit of good news, right?
Yeah, you know.
But now I guess we roll initiative.
We're going to do side initiative?
Yeah, let's do side initiative to see, because we're still discussing sort of how that works and whether we like it better or worse.
Sorry, there's only one of them, and there's lots of us, so I like it, man.
Yeah, right. That's really good.
Yeah.
So here's my initiative roll, an 18. That either bodes very well or very poorly for you. Oh, and I rolled the wrong die. What I was going to say was that either bodes very well or very poorly. I either just got rid of my good 2 rolls, or that's an indication that I'm going to keep rolling well.
You got a 18 out of a D10. That's pretty good.
Pretty good, yeah.
7 is what I rolled.
Still got a 7.
Who's going to roll for you?
We got a 10.
Awesome. Okay, so.
Good answer, Bert. Good answer.
So you're up. So I'm just gonna I'm not gonna bother to drag tokens on for you, but you can. Well, actually, I will drag some tokens on just so that you can have some sort of way to distinguish between each other. So.
I actually have a Leonese token at the top.
Oh, do I? Oh, this one?
I'll be the fist.
That does make sense.
Okay, so. Let's move this one out. Put here. So, okay. So, who's doing what?
Leonese will fire a magic missile.
I'm
Okay.
getting my big axe out.
Well, I guess
All right,
we'll try to sling at it.
So if it's our turn, we all got to figure out what we're going to do and then say what we're going to do.
Yep.
So are these 5-foot squares, assuming?
They're actually 10-foot squares. That's why I say the map is just the wrong scale, so the tokens are larger, but
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay.
But
So we can-
really, so don't worry about the tacticalness of this, right? Like, it's mostly theater of the mind. This is just so that you can understand some positioning. But basically, right now, you've got a situation where there's 2 humongous pillars in this room, which are this thing here and this thing here. I don't know why that turned purple. But in any case, so this thing here and this thing here, those are big pillars, right? You've got 3 little centipedes and 1 really huge one right here. And then half of you about are behind this pillar here. And the rest of you aren't. You probably could all fit under there if you huddled.
Does this thing look too big to fit down the tunnels that we came through?
It's fine.
No, I don't think so. It probably fits through.
Yeah.
Okay.
That was a good thought. All right, so we're doing like a.
So who's going to go up and hit it?
Well, Leonese is going to do magic
We
missiles.
want to meet it out in the open?
Leanie's taking, just a range shot. If anyone's going to go run up to it, then I'll put a a rune of shielding on you. Otherwise, I will use my slingshot.
Yeah, I think we
I'm gonna
could
try
have
to,
Go
I'm gonna
to
try
it,
to
but I'm
stay-
not going this round. I don't think. I've got to get my axe out. If I can move some this round, I would.
So let me also all remind you that you're in a cavern with a bunch of stone people.
Yes.
Yes. Do not look at it too closely.
Or don't get touched by it.
Or don't get... Or
Yeah,
bitten.
that bite
It is
mark,
bitten.
bite mark kind of.
It could be the poison.
A poison kind of thing.
I suspect... Because the one, yeah. So probably touch. Bite.
So yeah, definitely want to try to keep our distance if we can.
So Zeno's just going to come down here to the south of the pillar and hope next turn to come up behind it.
Okay.
All right. Leonise will fire her magic missile.
Okay. What's the damage on that?
Grand total of 2.
Is that with the +1 bonus?
Yes, I rolled a 1. Okay, 1 magic missile gun. Okay.
We'll come up to kind of like the northern side here and take a sling at it, or sling a stone at it. That's a 6 to hit.
No. Nice try, though. It hits and bounces right off the carapace. Not even a dent. So that's Bert. So Leonise and Bert have gone, and Zeno went. What's everyone else doing?
Well, like I said, I've got to get my axe out, and if I can still move a little, I would.
Yeah, you can.
How much?
Where do you want to move to?
I want to move towards the statue here, the one closest to the green door.
Okay. So, you can actually run and make it to the big creature if you wanted to. But you wouldn't be able to attack on this turn.
No, I don't want to do that.
Okay. So you're going to move like over here behind that statue?
Yeah.
Okay. So that's Bernie. Who's left?
Which token is recommended?
Pick one. So I think this was Zeno.
Yep.
And this is Bernie. And this is Leonise. So, you're either a leaf, 2 swords, or a shield.
That could be a leaf. That's good. I'll be the leaf.
Oops.
Put an R on there.
Okay.
Yeah, actually, I think I will stay behind Zeno to put a rune on him if he needs it next time.
Okay. And that leaves Jake.
I sent you mine.
Okay.
So I could be holding on that, you know.
Mm-hmm. So you want the little creatures or no?
I do not want the little creatures.
Okay.
So it would have to move.
Yeah. Okay. It is going to do that probably. So I think that's all of you, correct? Yeah, 3, 6. Okay. So on its, are you going to move, Jake? This is your person right here. You weren't necessarily up here. You might have been behind this pillar. So if you want to say you were behind this pillar, you can do so.
I'm sorry. Can you circle the one that I am?
Yeah. You're
The shield.
You're this one.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I may move ahead a square. Can we move and cast if we need to?
Well, so because I just kind of threw the tokens on there, I'm kind of not married to the positioning here. So I'm not
cool.
like after your first turn, then I'll say, well, wait, you can't do like 12 things at once. But for the first turn, because I just threw them on there, it's fine.
Understood. I will move ahead then a little bit.
Okay. So on their turn, they're sort of almost like trying to crawl. They're almost making like a little ball of weird moving things because they're trying to envelop that light. They're so like focused on it. They're crawling around it and being very weird. And this thing moves. It's going to move to here. And it sort of rears up. And it just kind of scans the room as if it's looking around. But it doesn't do anything else at this point. But when it looks around, if you're looking at it, I need a Constitution saving throw from you.
Is there a distance?
Nope.
Like a range of the gaze?
I mean, are you talking about if we're looking directly at it, or if we just happen to be where we can see it at all?
If you make eye contact with it,
I just applied magic missile at it. So.
Yeah, I slung at it. So I got a 15, but that is prime.
Okay.
I was definitely not planning on that, so I was not looking at it.
I got a 13, and that is a secondary.
Okay. All right. It's time for initiative again. Leonise, you notice that it looks at you, and you see when you take a picture or something, when you see the red eye of a person, right?
Yeah.
You see greenish yellow reflected in the torchlight around the room. And you see that it has stopped and it is staring at you.
Oh, great.
And time to roll initiative again. So I rolled an 8.
We got a 5.
Okay. These 3 little creatures are still enraptured, but the big one is going to cast its gaze on Leonise. And I need Leonise to make a Constitution saving throw.
Oh, it's close. Another 13. Secondary.
You all see Leonise kind of freeze, and you see the faintest greenish haze come out of the face of this creature and sort of waft towards Leonise. And Leonise freezes. And Leonise, you feel your feet rooted to the ground. And you are unable to move your feet, at least, so you cannot make a movement action right now.
Am I still... Oh, okay, just my feet.
Just your feet right now. And then it is everyone else's turn.
Okay.
Okay.
So Zeno is going to travel the 30 feet to get up to the creature, and he is going to charge at it. He's running and yelling, "Ah!" And he does the open palm strike. He kind of is looking at the body of the centipede as it's reared up, thinking there might be a soft pressure point right at one of the joints where the legs enter the body. And he goes up with the open palm strike, and then all of a sudden, as he's going, it's just kind of slow motion. It goes, and he's going to try to open palm strike that sucker with the stunning shot. It's going to be an 18 total.
Okay, that hits.
For 4 points of damage.
Okay.
But the target is con save or target is stunned for 1d4 rounds.
Okay, so...
Oh, no, you'd won initiative.
16. It made its save.
Made.
So not stunned, but it is damaged.
Okay.
Try that.
Okay. Well, Bernie, keeping his eyes low, there's still plenty of the creature down there. He's going to swing with the axe.
Okay.
That would be a 19.
That hits.
And that would be 11 points of damage.
Ouch.
Now, I think Bernie needs to move up a little bit.
Sure.
So the question is, do you move up to be in front of it, in between it and your partners, or do you move behind it? Because you could do either one with your movement rate.
Now I move in between them.
Okay. And that was 11 damage, you said?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Who's next?
Leonese will fire another magic missile.
Okay.
Hey, better. 3 points of damage.
Okay. Bert, what are you going to do?
Bert's got a bag of dust that he picked up in its starting kind of thing, and I kind of picture it more of like a kind of a powder, but in the player's handbook it just said a bag of dust. But I'm going to run up and try to basically throw it at the thing's eyes in an attempt to kind of blind it or at least force it to look away.
Okay. Go ahead and roll me a standard attack roll, and also show me where you're moving up to. You can move up to half your speed and still do that action.
That's a good point. What is my speed?
Probably 20 or 25.
Yeah. And we rolled a 19 on the attack.
Okay. So this dust does fly in the face of the creature, and also all over Bernie and Zeno. So there's this weird, thin, powdery stuff like flour floating all over Bernie and Zeno, and also coating the face of this creature.
Zeno has flashbacks of the zombie dust.
Well played.
Jake, what are you going to do?
I'm going to start to move ahead, averting my eyes from the creature. More of a head-down approach, literally.
Where are you going to go to?
I think right here.
Okay. Okay, and I think that's everyone. So...
Except for Rek.
Reckman's got to go.
Oh, Reckman.
I have a question about the Rune of Shielding. If I were to put it on Xeno when he had it up there, would that have only been for this round? I think it's a one-round thing? Or would it last to the next round, depending on...
Should go into the next round.
I think it's...
I figured I would know which way it would work, seeing as I know we'd already attacked. I don't want to waste it if it doesn't do him any good.
So basically, it starts when you do it, when you take your action, and it ends when your action comes up the next time.
So it all just depends on how the initiative would be then. Okay.
Basically, yeah. So, I mean, that's kind of the easy way to track it. Really, technically speaking, what happens is, because combat's simultaneous, once you've decided that that's what you're going to do, it's kind of active, and it's active for the rest of the round, right?
Yeah. Yeah, the thing is, it wouldn't do him any good. I wasn't going to do it. Okay, so I'm just going to move up there from 25 feet and keep my eyes to the ground.
Okay. And I think then that it's initiative time again.
Do I have to make another Constitution check? Because I definitely had to look it in the face to throw a bag of dust in the face.
No, not until its turn.
Okay.
I rolled a 3.
Who? So somebody else rolls this time since Bert failed last round?
I say,
Yeah. Well, I think that's how it works, right?
That sounds about right.
I'll roll. D10, right? Where's my
Yep.
D10? There we go.
D10.
Well, I failed.
What'd you get?
Oh no, maybe not. An 8.
Yep, that's more than I got.
It looked like a 2. I just realised. Yep.
It's your last chance before...
exactly.
So everybody goes.
So Zeno, seeing the creature shake off the stunning blow, is quite shocked. Not knowing that its stare is causing any kind of ill effects, he stares at it defiantly. Zeno's been training, smashing his fingers against boards and walls, strengthening them.
Uh-huh.
So he takes his fingers and he jams it, trying to get it in between the plates on its belly.
Okay.
With a stabbing finger strike. It's going to be a 10 total.
That is a miss.
At least it sounded good.
It sounded
really
awesome.
Impressive.
Well, Bernie, seeing all that going on, just simply swings at it again with the big axe. For 10. So,
Also a miss.
yes.
All right, Leonise is just rooted. She can still move the rest.
You feel it growing up your legs, though. It's getting worse.
All right. Well, it's like, okay, the bow comes out and she tries to shoot it.
Okay. Roll me an attack roll.
Well, it looks like an 8.
That looks like a
That's a
miss.
Yeah, it's like, 'cause she couldn't get her feet planted properly. She couldn't.
She couldn't move, yeah.
Yes, dice have deserted us this round.
Reckmit, Bert, and Jake.
Bert slung with his sling and got a 14.
Okay, that is a miss. Bounces off its hard carapace.
Jake will advance up and swing with the bastard sword.
Man.
And that's a miss with an 11.
Yep, that is a miss. Reckmit.
Forgot that we can actually move twice our speed, but I want to try and get over here as far as I can get. If I can get that far I want to, I'll use a full run.
What's your speed? 1, 2, 3, 4.
25.
Yeah, you can get there with a full run, but you can't do anything else, and you take a hit to your AC.
Okay, I will do it.
Okay. And that's everyone. All right, well, initiative again. oh no, actually you won that one, so the creature gets to go. Okay. So, there are 6 of you. There's an easy way to resolve this. Number 5. The creature is going to attack Jake.
Okay.
First it tries
AC
to
14.
bite you, and I rolled a 6, which does not hit you, but it makes it mad, so I need you to roll me a Constitution saving throw.
Hold on. So the die roll is a 16 and total of 19.
Okay. You defiantly gaze at the creature and say, how's that dust? And now it's initiative time again. Meanwhile, the 3 little kiddos are still enthralled. They will get another save at the end of this round, though, if they are still around. It is 6. I rolled a 6.
I failed last time, so someone else.
No, you won last
won.
time, so
Yeah.
you go again.
Oof. Yeah.
Who's rolling?
Leonise is rolling
Yeah,
again.
you made it last time, right?
Oh, wrong one. Sorry.
Wrong
I
one.
was going to say, that would definitely do.
I rolled a 1. You see, that's twice in it. I got a 2 and then a 1. Come on.
So,
Oh, no, 8 and a 1. That's right.
I'm going to roll the 3 saves for... Nope. That one failed. That one failed. That one failed. Okay, so all 3 of the little ones failed their saves. They are still completely enthralled. And the big one is going to attack. Let's do that again. It's going to attack number 2, which happens to be Xeno. So, first it tries to bite you. It reaches down with its gaping maw, trying to take a bite out of you, and probably misses because that is a 14.
I have an AC of 12.
Oh, it hits you. It takes a bite out of your shoulder, and you take 4 damage. And I need you to make me a Constitution saving throw.
Is this would Iron Body come into play?
Yes, actually.
So that is going to be 8 plus 3 is 11.
Okay. You feel yourself with sluggish feet like you've never felt before, and you cannot move. But that's its
Perfect.
turn, which means
wanted
everybody
to
else gets
say-
to go. You can move the rest of your body, you just can't move
I
your feet
wanted-
right now.
This is
Leonise,
exactly where I wanted to be anyway, stupid creature.
Leonise, your frozen feeling, your stuck feeling is up to about mid-abdomen right now.
Ooh, so I can still shoot.
You can still shoot, but not much else.
Yep. Oops. You did have any other spells? Okay. All right. Leonies will shoot a bow. Nope, that's going to miss.
Yep, that's a miss. Next.
Rekmit would like to carve a mind-calming rune upon the centipede.
Okay.
It's a Kanu rune.
Let's see. How are you carving it?
Well, just with my finger.
Okay. So you're making the shape, not
Yeah,
actually.
right.
Okay.
No, I'm right on his carapace.
Okay.
Drawing the side.
Okay. Let's make a save for that. That is a failure. So you want to roll your damage.
9 points of damage.
Nice.
You all see Rekmit make some weird symbols with his hands.
On the carapace of the centipede.
On the carapace of the centipede. Just sort of,
Goes up, touches it.
And it rears up. And then it freezes. And then it just kind of almost melts down. It just sort of collapses as if it's passed out. And it just falls right to the ground and stops moving. And its legs twitch a little bit and then it stops moving altogether. And that takes us out of combat. But you have 2 party members who are in somewhat deep trouble at this point.
Hey, I can wave.
While they're dealing with that, I'm going to cut the head off of it.
Okay.
Nice. Good call, Bernie.
The question also is, what are you going to do with those little ones? Because the rune that Rekmit casts will only last for about 10 minutes.
Well, are they going to get another save, or are we still in combat?
As long as you don't do anything to them, they are so enthralled that they're probably not going to get another save. You would have to do something to bring them out of their reverie. I mean, they didn't even notice that Big Daddy died, right? They're not frozen stuck, like hypnotized, like they can't move. They're kind of rolling around, this piece of stone with the light coming off of it, and they're kind of enthralled with it and just sort of almost doing like the roly-poly bug thing,
Centipede nip.
Well,
yeah.
I figure Leonise is in worse shape than I am, so I'm going to go into a monk-like trance and try to focus on my iron body fighting this stiffness that I'm feeling.
Okay.
So
To try to
Jake,
prevent anything else while they take care of Leonise first.
got any idea what we can do for Denise, Jake?
I can try to make a wisdom check to see what I might know how to do. Is it something manifesting up through? Like, was it a poison?
Well, it was 2 different things. Leonise was because he got gazed at, and Gino was because he got bit.
Right.
Yeah.
But the effect looks to be the same, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Seems to
Is
be.
it all internal, or is it some external?
If you look at Leonise, you
Yes.
couldn't tell that she couldn't move, right? Until she said something. But if you look close now, you see that the bottoms of her feet, the soles of her boots, are turning to stone. And it's spreading upward.
So before I go into my trance, I'm going to call out to Bernie to pop out one of the creature's eyes and feed it to Leonise.
Okay.
Yum!
He's really can't do much about it.
I mean, if the eyes caused Leonise's petrification, maybe they might cure it. You know, I mean, do we got anything else?
That's a holistic method. I'll pop one out and take it over to her. If she'll eat it, I don't make her, but
So the question is, does Bernie now turn to stone?
Bernie?
That would be
No.
horrible. Good.
So, Leonise, are you going to swallow that basilisk guy?
I don't really have a lot of choice because he's kind of can't do much.
I mean, you've still got use of your arms so far.
Oh, I have.
Yeah. It's almost to the bottom of your rib cage right now.
Hey, you know, I have no choice. I'll try anything once.
Worse.
Yeah.
Roll me another Constitution save.
Yeah, like they've been going so well. Oh, close. It was a 16 and then it rolled to an 8. So no.
That was the most disgusting thing you think you've ever eaten, and it gives you instant heartburn. But it does not seem to have any appreciable effect on your condition, at least not at the moment.
What if we try the other eye?
Beady eyes. Okay, I'm not sure I'll take a second one.
Or I don't know. Maybe push us into the green mist doorway. Or we could try eating the heart. I don't know. Can Jake? Can you heal us?
like a slow poison or anything. I don't want to
No,
level you are,
that's
but
that's like a second level spell. You know, like
that's what I was thinking. So we're still first. So yeah, there's probably not much we can do here.
yeah. I have a first aid I can try to administer to Leonise as we're dragging him over towards the green cloud. Do we want to try to put him into the cloud?
If we want to, I'm willing to try that.
Yeah, why not?
He needs to go like anything.
Bert, pop out the other eye and bring me the other eye.
All right, I can do that.
I'll cast a first aid.
Okay.
I'm not sure if that just gives. I think Steve said it gives back a hit point now, but
Let me find out.
it prevents the further loss of hit points.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's more like a binding runes type thing.
It prevents infection.
Well, turn to stone. That's a sort of infection.
Turn to stone. Flesh to
I
stone.
think you solved the issue.
It doesn't really seem to have any effect, unfortunately.
Right.
I'll pop out the other eye and bring it to Zeno here, like he asked for.
Okay, Zeno, you gonna eat it?
Okay.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna try.
So-
I'm gonna try to imbue the spirit of the basilisk as I devour its eye.
Roll me a Constitution saving throw.
That is going to be. Does iron body count?
Yes, it does.
It's going to be a 12 total.
Okay. So the eye doesn't really help you, but it doesn't have any ill effects either. It just seems like you ate something. You also don't feel like the paralysis that you have right now is spreading up, but you still can't move. Are the rest of you moving Leonise into the green mist? Is that what the plan is?
Well, I'm sure trying to help her.
Yeah, why not?
Push me in feet first, don't go in yourself, she'll say as she's... Or she can still talk.
Yeah, it's getting a little bit hard to breathe, Leonise. You're
Gasping a little for air.
You're gasping a little bit. So how are y'all going to do that? You just going to push Leonise through? Are you going to put feet first? Are you going to lay her in the doorway? What's your plan of action?
Well, I think put it like, is there a doorway or arch? Is it open?
It's an archway that's open with green mist covering it, and so that obscures your view beyond that. But it does look like there's some kind of door beyond. But
okay, I guess first put her feet through as far as they'll go if they hit something.
Yeah, they'll go all the way through.
And then once you kind of got her feet through the green mist, put them down and stand her up and try not to get into ourselves and let it see if she
okay
sits on her feet and maybe she'll come walking out.
Okay.
Ta-da.
So Leonise is now standing in the doorway. And after a very tense 2 minutes, Leonise, you feel the paralysis receding. It's going backwards.
Ooh.
Hey.
As Leonise can breathe and now move her arm, she'll kind of turn and wave. It's working!
So now can we grab these other statues that are here and start putting them into this green doorway?
Yeah,
Okay.
but can we do the other alive guy first?
So I will come over and grab hold of Zeno if anyone wants to help me, and I'll move him the same way and do the same thing, put him beside her.
How much time is this taking?
Say that again?
How much time is this taking?
It's about 2 minutes before it'll be... So Leonise had to be standing in it for a couple minutes for it to really start receding. Now it's going to take it's going to take 1 minute for that to go. So 3 minutes total for that. Zeno's not as bad, so it's only going to take about 1 minute total.
Because what I'm trying to determine is, do I get another rune of sword ready? Because those things break free, I want to be able to...
So you've got about 4 minutes left on that thing.
Okay, I will get a stone or something ready to mark on there and throw back over there if it looks like they come out of it.
Okay.
So anybody want to help me with Zeno, and we can move him over and do the same thing. I think there's enough room in that doorway.
Okay. So
Same
Zeno, after about a minute, you feel fully whole, like nothing was wrong.
Is there anything on the other side of the mist? Is it just wall or?
It is a passageway that leads to a door. The passageway is about 10 feet wide, but it is a carved, manufactured passageway. It's not a cavern.
I will come out of the mist and tell everybody that there's a doorway down there and help move one of the statues in.
You might want to look for one that doesn't look like it's about ready to die.
Yeah.
or it's like missing its arm or something where it's going to come back to life bleeding profusely.
Yeah.
Hey, we have a cleric.
So let's stop here because it's been 4 hours and 10 minutes already, even though we started late because we had technical difficulties. But let's stop here because I want to talk for about 10 or 15 minutes now so we can talk about the side initiative again. And we can talk about bringing in a new player and how that... So, because I have... So the thing, I should have said, hey, hop on here early and let's check your technology first. And I didn't do that. So that was my failing as much as anything else that happened there. So that's one thing about bringing on a new player. Make sure their technology works. We did that with the whole rest of the group because we all met for a session 0 and made sure everything worked.
Yeah.
And then we didn't do anything else. I didn't
but
do
it
that.
worked really well. So
yeah.
all right.
Right. So those are the two things I definitely want to talk about. And if there's anything else, I think what I've also learned is I need to go back and study these runes so that I can learn them a little bit better. I know the spells usually pretty well, but the runes I'm not as familiar with. So that's so I have some DM homework, right? So DM Sam has homework. I guess CK homework here, right? But that's okay. And so if there's anything else that anybody wants to talk about with their character or anything like that, we can talk about that too. So first, let's hit the side initiative, because now it's been the third session when we've done that. 2 sessions with fights and 1 session where we didn't really have any fights. So how do you feel about the side initiative now?
I think it's...
I like it.
I do, but to be fair, we haven't...
I liked it in this fight. Because we won.
I do. My fear with side initiative is it can really skew stuff. It's quicker, I know, and it's easier, but it can really skew both ways.
Right.
Yeah.
I personally prefer individual initiative, but it does mean a lot more tracking for you. I mean, if we were doing something like Roll20 or Fantasy Grounds, then you could take care of it. But
yeah. I mean, ultimately, like I said before, it's not, the tracking doesn't bother me because I just get in a groove and I do it. It's not a big deal. I track how many rounds we do anyway for certain other effects and whatnot. So the tracking isn't really an issue, because I also, once again, I still think of combat as simultaneous. So
right.
like I did tonight when you asked about when Robert asked about the runes, and when it takes effect and when that effect ends, like with a simultaneous combat, like that's one of those things that always has to, like, and so I answered, and then I said, well, actually in simultaneous combat, you would get this effect. So, it's something I have to think about regardless of whether we do side initiative or not. So, But
if we're doing simultaneous combat, then really it doesn't matter.
Right.
It's initiative is kind of
right.
Just who rolls first, but if it's all simultaneous.
Right. Yeah, and that's exactly right. And that's kind of why I say it's just more about preference in the case of this game, because ultimately, although when we do play with individual initiative, what often happens is if someone kills a creature, that creature dies if the person went first, right? Like I don't say, oh, but it's all simultaneous, so they get their attack too. Like I don't, right? So there is that part about individual initiative that could make a difference, I suppose.
But if you do it but if you're doing it as side and it's all simultaneous, then it's really you just go and you adjudicate at the end.
Right. Yeah.
So then you can dispense with initiative. Just declare what you're doing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like in my case,
Typically,
my character's kind of, at least at this level, and I have to kind of base it off and try to help other people. And if I have to declare ahead of time, I just hate to waste runes, which is how I went today with this one, and actually did some actual attack. But I like individual, but it doesn't really matter, like you said. It's better about the flow of the game going, so whatever works best.
Yeah. So it sounds like we've got 2 votes for individual. So
I mean, even though we started late, I think we got through quite a bit tonight.
Yeah.
And we had the combat and all that stuff. So and brought in a new player.
Yeah.
Yeah. And he didn't die.
Quite a bit.
We didn't sacrifice the new player.
Yeah.
Despite your best efforts.
I'm a fan of side initiative, and I run quite a bit of side initiative, playing 1E, and I find it does a couple of things. One, like I said, it speeds it up, but it also gives the party a chance to contour, because you can choose. The party has some drive in who goes first, and sometimes there's a better way to go about who goes than what the random selection of individual gives you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm good with either way. You know how Rekmet was able to he was able to work his ruins in a different way. He could time whether he wanted to go at the end with Ruin of Protection or whatnot. It didn't come into effect, but it easily could have. So I mean, I like both ways. Either one works for me.
Okay. Bert, Jake, what do you think?
I think I like the side initiative just because it is nice to be able to kind of plan things out together. I know we tend to take a little bit, maybe too long in over planning things, but yeah, I'm sure we'll get better at that as we go. But yeah, I think I vote for side initiative, but I'm fine with either way.
I kind of like the individual combat, but I think with the side initiative, if we use like maybe a turn order, like where our icons are set up,
Mm-hmm.
you know,
Mm-hmm.
like Rekmik, Leonese, Xeon, Bert, and then maybe just alternate, like, you know, drop down one each time to see who goes first. Because it seemed like there was a little bit of like who's going next in the combat.
Right.
So maybe we just organize that.
Well, that's where we're supposed to kind of strategize, and we just kind of went.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was
One of
feeling
those things, like, it sometimes offhand parties are kind of hesitant, and what I normally will do in those instances, or if situation kind of dictates, is I'll go with the person first who's in the most danger.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like the guys in the back, let them go ahead and maneuver, but give the guys that are in contact with the enemy, give them the chance to take their hits, and then go to the guys in the back doing the other stuff.
Okay, that's a good thought. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good idea. And we have limited abilities, so we really don't have a lot of room to strategize with what we have available. You know, we could do individual for a couple level or two, and then like revisit the side initiative at like level 3 when we have more options.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think if we're going to do side initiative, and you're right, because it gives you a chance to strategize, I think the one thing we have to do is, I don't want to say a time limit, but you can almost like defeat the object of side initiative if we've got like 5 minutes to decide what we're going to do.
Right.
Oh yeah. No. You got to keep it moving.
Right. So.
Yeah. Okay.
But that's why I think the idea is you decide what we're going to do, and then you roll initiative. If you're going to do initiative.
Yeah.
But if combat's simultaneous, it really doesn't matter that much.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I think so let's go back to individual initiative for the next until you hit level 3. Then let's take that suggestion.
Hang on, Jake could take a long time to get to level 3.
That's true. So this time next year we might go back to side initiative.
Yeah, right, exactly. Hey, Leonese is going to take forever.
Yeah.
Well, we'll revisit it in a few sessions. It doesn't have to be, something that we talk about only per level or whatever. So the second thing was bringing in a new player. As I said, with the technology, I didn't do that as smoothly as I could have, just because I got busy today and didn't end up getting back to him and saying, hey, let's check this out, make sure your technology is okay. But in terms of story, you were kind of in the middle of something, so there wasn't really a point where you could sit down and say, hey, here's what we've been doing. Let's take you and let's go finish off this mission or something like that. You just kind of said, hey, we have this thing that we're doing. Let's go. And he said, yeah, let's go. It was one of those, hey, you look quest worthy. Let's go. Let's just join the party and go. Which to me is fine if we're trying to move things along and keep things going. I know some people bristle at that because it sounds very contrived, but you all met half of each other in the tavern anyway, so it doesn't I don't know. But how do you feel about that? Does it break the flow if you have to introduce somebody and you make it a big production, or is it worse to just say, hey, you met up with this person, they're looking for a job too, and they're willing to join you?
I think the quicker works fine. You met this person.
Yeah, to me it works. It's perfectly natural to me. It's like, well, you're all adventurers. You find, because obviously you stood out in the bar, so therefore,
right. Yeah,
right, clearly wasn't a local.
Yeah, well, that's why when he said that thing about the axe, I went with it and said, oh yeah, let's make this a deal where, you know, the people in the bar are like, what the heck? And the bartender's like, no, don't get me fired, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought there was a little bit of role playing with the guys who were there, and then, you know, yeah, maybe it's a little contrived, but otherwise we could have spent an hour just dealing with that, and we just kind of got moving.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. No, I always like fast city.
Go ahead, Richard.
Sorry, Richard.
I said I like it when they come in fast. I mean, sometimes if it fits the story and it all works out and bringing them in, but yeah, like this, you're in the middle of something, stick your head in the bar, and yeah, you're an adventurer. You should be looking for it. If someone said, "Hey, you want to go with us? We're going to go try to get some gold." Yeah,
Right.
Right. Yeah.
And it also helps that we're all first level, so it's really early on. If we were third, fourth, fifth level, then maybe you'd have to work a story a little more.
Yeah. That's true.
Yeah.
True.
I forgot all about him until I don't remember who said it, Zeno or whatever.
Yeah. Okay. Is there anything else that any of you are wondering about, how I might adjudicate something, or how something that has to do with a character ability or something, you know, how I might think about, you know, how that works in the game or anything like that?
The only thing I'm kind of having a problem with is how long it takes for us to get to certain stuff. And it kind of drags out a lot. Like, I love all the details of what's going on, and I know it's because we ask a ton of questions. Yeah. But like, it took us like 30 minutes from when we first entered the cavern and heard the sounds to finally figure out, to see visually that there's centipedes over there, when we already knew there was centipedes over there. You know. And, you know, we're just discovering more details, and I love the details, but it just it kind of drags sometimes.
The danger, though, is if you just have your character run out because you know that there's centipedes in there, then you get attacked by centipedes.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
It's just finding that balance, right?
Yeah, it is. And I don't. Yeah, it is a little slow, but it's not really. I'm thinking of all the games I play in. It's kind of on the same pace. I mean, unless you're doing 5e, in which case you can like go out and just blast stuff anyway. But
that's because you're a superhero in 5e. Yeah.
I kind of looked at it as we were just being very strategic about how we were getting into that room because we knew there was a problem. It might have been a little bit slow, but we're still kind of figuring out our characters and how this works too.
Yeah.
I think there's also a level of just, it's deadly at first level, right? I mean, this thing, if it had hit one of you and gotten the paralysis off very well, one of you could be gone, right?
I thought we might have lost someone if you hadn't had the ability.
Right.
I made Leonise eat a basilisk eye.
Yeah. And she may never forgive you for that, but you know, you're trying. She was willing to give it a go.
The green doorway did not take away your heartburn. It's still there.
Yeah, right. And every time I see anything that's got an eye that looks weird, I am going to be like feeling sick.
Yeah. So you know, I'll try to keep a better handle on the pace, and if I feel like you all need a poke, I'll just say, okay, let's speed it up. What are you doing? Rather than because the same thing happened in the Mushroom Forest, right? Because what the problem was, you saw something, and then it was, okay, well, do we go deal with those brown flying things? And then when you decided to go around them, then you missed the actual mushroom part that was labeled, so you end up curving around, finding something totally different. But you know, it's sort of one of those love-hate things as a GM, right? That I need to give you the details, right? You need to understand that something really freaky is going on right here, and it's almost impossible to figure out what the cause is at the moment. And so you know that some things are broken and wrong and disturbed, but how much do I need to hammer you over the head with that? But then if you miss something, or there's a random encounter or something, then that tends to get things off track, and I have not been supremely concerned with reeling you all in and getting you back on track because you need to know the details anyway. So that's one of those weird balances. Sometimes I'm really good at it. Sometimes I fall down at it. And that's just a thing, right? It's just part of DMing.
It's back to life.
Yeah, it's a fact of life. But I will try to keep note of the pace and whatnot.
I mean, I like the sandbox where we just kind of go and do our thing. It's not railroading. We're just kind of thing. Like, we have to kind of figure out.
I like that too.
I mean, and a bit of pace really falls back on us because, like, one, we want detail, but then we have to come to decisions instead of it didn't frustrate me or anything. I mean, we were with the flying things across the way. We took a long time debating that, whereas we probably could have very easily just said thrown a rock at one of them or charged straight across or immediately headed off the other way instead of
right.
I almost did.
So that is
Again.
one thing I've learned from, and it was actually Alex knows Mike or Michael, and so we played in tabletop, or we did do pre-COVID, and the details. If we're asking questions, that's one thing, right? That doesn't count. But if we're sat here chit-chattering about what we're going to do, you'll hear dice rolling.
Yeah.
So the longer if we're just talking, he's rolling for random encounters or whatever he's rolling for.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right? So that'll help. I think the asking the questions and the detail is I think that's fine because it's all visual and it's theory of the mind. But if we're just debating, are we going to do this or this or this?
Right.
I think you're perfectly entitled to start rolling for random encounters or whatever it is you want to roll for.
Hey, Samuel,
Because
I do have one adjudication question. If me or Leonise would have rolled like a 20 on that con save from eating the eye, would that have had any effect?
Yeah. Yeah. In general, so this creature, because you're first level, like I said, this thing could have completely wiped one or more of you out. But I put in certain barriers because I didn't want it to completely decimate you. So it still remained deadly. And yet it's basically a giant caterpillar, twice the size of a regular giant caterpillar, and with certain basilisk abilities, right? Like, so the petrifying gaze, except the basilisk, the petrifying gaze, it's basically, it has, its vision is 60 feet. So that's the range of the thing. And so I kept that part, but basically if you fail that con save, you're petrified. You turn to stone, right? And you're done. Until somebody finds a magical way to relieve you of that particular condition, right? So part of what's happening is I needed you to have a way out of that if it affected you, but also this thing it's not a natural beast, right? So there is something affecting it, giving it this power, and it's a little bit weaker than the basilisk, which is why for example, Leonise got a save basically like every turn, right? And Zeno got a save, and I think Leonise failed more saves than were made, but Zeno actually made the save. But yeah, if you had eaten the eye, right, of this thing, and you had rolled some kind of really awesome save, yeah, I would have totally had it do something. Not because I wrote that in the monster stat block, but just because that's a cool effect,
curious.
Right? Yeah.
I was curious how you would have ran it if we hadn't have rolled something awesome.
Yeah. And so, I had I knew the gateway was going to either help you or hinder you. In this case, it happened to help you all because you figured out that it could relieve that petrification. But, this thing is not, it's not a basilisk, right? It's not a full on basilisk. It's something else that's being affected. So there was, in a way, no way for you to know what was going to happen, right? So I built in a bunch of saves. I'm tweaking it, right? So I created the creature. I'm kind of tweaking it because I feel like there were too many saves. You shouldn't have had to roll. Leonise should not have had to roll as many saves. But whatever. It's like that's part of the learning, right? Of when you're doing something. I will tell you that if this had been a 5th edition D&D game, everybody would have been making rolls like every 2 seconds this whole time. Like when you were going through the mushroom forest, when you were like walking across up the hills and all that, it would have been like roll for this, roll for this, roll for this, roll for this. And I only had you roll a few times, but I still felt like I was having you roll more than I should. I should have just told you things. And so sometimes I get stuck in that because I run a lot of 5th edition too, and I get stuck in that sort of modern thing, and it takes me a game or two to remember, oh yeah, I don't need to make you roll. I can just tell you. Like, so if I ever ask you for a roll and you just feel like, well, do I really need to roll that? Just ask me, do I really need to roll that? And sometimes I'll say, yeah, you don't need to roll. Here, I'll tell you what it is.
So, does that make it a Bassipede or a Centilisk?
It has a name that I'm not going to tell you because that would give something away about the rest of the cavern.
Cool.
So.
You have the list of ruins, right? The 6 that I've got?
Yeah.
We just have to kind of get up on that, and whatever you just adjudicate with, I'll go with. I'll figure it out because first level, I may not know exactly how this stuff works.
Yeah. Well, and that's the thing that's cool about your character is you didn't really have somebody there to teach you because they're like, no. So that's good.
Hey, hopefully, what I think I picked a decent little range of things that could be helpful. So we'll see.
I mean, all you can do is keep trying, right? Like
6 point X, whatever this shadow maybe.
Yeah.
Ruin book is.
Yeah, well, that's maybe something good to learn, and maybe not. We'll see. We'll see
how it goes.
That shadow in a name, it's got to be good.
I'll test it out on Jake.
All right. Well, I think we can stop there. So I want to thank everybody for listening, watching, playing along. I closed Twitch accidentally, so I can't see if there's been any chatter or whatnot in the chat. But thanks everybody, and don't forget to go to the Troll Lord Games web store and buy all of the awesome Castles of Crusades stuff that they sell. What's on sale this week? Isn't there a sale? They always constantly have stuff on sale.
Pretty much.
Yeah, the Amazing Adventures, I think they're still on sale, right?
Oh, right. And is it like $10 a book or something like that?
$10 a book, I think.
Yeah.
I think that's still on. Yeah,
it's amazing. Yeah.
I have those too. I got them last time.
I did too. All right, everybody. Well, thank you so much, and thank you to my players, and I hope you enjoyed it, and we will see you next week. Bye.
Okay.
Bye, everyone. Thanks. Great game.
All right, I'm